Hello. Okay. I even said this time I was gonna be on time, and then I might have forgotten to post about the stream on Instagram, so don't mind me. I'm just gonna go and do that while I say my hellos. Hi, hello. My hair is already gapping. It is officially spooky season. You have no idea how excited I am. Like, spooky season is the best season ever, and it is officially spooky season. And this is the October live stream. I'll be honest, I might be just a smidge overexcited about spooky season. This year, I am just channeling it. That's why I've got the skeleton earrings, I got the skeleton dress. I am just here for spooky. So, today, we're going to be talking all about spooky season, ghostly encounters, spirit seances, witchcraft for Samhain. Well, why did I say it like that? I said it like that because I'm typing it like that. Witchcraft for Samhain, and just all witchy goodness. So if you have a question where you would like to ask the chat, ask me, ask everybody and anybody, feel free to put it in the Q&A tab in the little chat box thing. I'll be honest, I have never seen what it looks like from the other side, so I'm hoping that it's easy to find. And yeah, let's get into the October live stream. Everything is kitted out. I got my pumpkins out, I got my candles, I got all of the spooky attire. I am 100% here for it. So just while I post this on YouTube, Instagram, if I can figure out how to do, I'll be honest, I am not technologically savvy enough to be able to do this. I have no idea how I have gotten to where I am with YouTube, because I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Okay, I'm going to send this to myself, and then I can save it for myself, and then I can actually post it. So, whilst I'm struggling with technology, as I always do, let's go up and see where everybody is from. Oh my goodness, I did not even notice these coming in earlier. Thank you so much to Delilah, to LV, to Emily. Oh, thank you so much. Another LV, and also Jamie as well, who is already screaming and crying, and I'm fully here for it. Right, let's have a look. Where is everybody from? We've got America, Virginia, Finland, Germany. What else have we got? Norway, Australia, Texas, St. Louis. What else? Detroit, Staffordshire, Sweden, South Wales, North Carolina, Atlanta, Chicago, Queensland, Australia, Tucson, Arizona, Beeston, Nottingham, Bhutan, Brazil, Pennsylvania, Illinois, New Orleans, Northern Idaho, Greece, Kent, Warrington, Chicago, Philadelphia, Poland. Oh my goodness, so many people. I'm every single live stream, I am totally amazed at the sheer number of people from so many different places. Like, I'm always blown away. I still cannot use technology. I genuinely think I might just give up. I now am playing myself back. What am I doing? So I'm going to jump into the Q&A tab so we can start having a chit chat about all things spooky ooky. And let's hope I don't have any more technological problems, because I'm going to be real honest and say this Samhain has hit me so hard. So many weird ghostly encounters. I'm hoping to talk about some of those in a bit. And yeah, this spooky season is fully in force for me. Like, the energy of Samhain is really present this year, so I'm sure other people are experiencing this too, and I would absolutely love to hear it. You can tell I've not done that much talking today. I'm like falling over my words left, right, and center. So let's go back up here and let's have a look. See, I can't see what some of these are, so I'm just gonna click on one and let's see what happens, because the Q&A tab doesn't really like the top question. So let's have a look-see. Have you seen Uncanny live or listened to the 2-minute episodes on BBC Sounds every day in October? So I haven't seen Uncanny yet, like the live show. I do have tickets to go and see it while it's sort of circling around the country. I am so excited about that. I was meant to see it in like summer last year, but I ended up not being able to go, and I'm so excited. I recently saw 222 A Ghost Story, which is also done by Danny Robbins, except that's like a stage performance. It's not like real life stories. It's like a story. That was absolutely phenomenal. 100% recommend. If you have the chance to go and see 222 A Ghost Story, go. It's so good. And so I was so excited, and now getting to go and see Uncanny when it finally comes around, I'm so looking forward to it. But yeah, they're doing like 2-minute episodes. I've not seen any of them this Samhain, but I have gone back, and every time I make a long journey, I stick on an episode of Uncanny, which some people would probably not like at all, like being scared whilst driving. But I actually find it really, really calming in a weird backwards kind of way. I will fall asleep watching like horror movies or ghost shows. So for me, it's really calming to just have like a podcast about ghostly encounters playing in the background. 10 out of 10. So I'm really looking forward to getting to listen to that as I start going through the spooky season. I've just not had the time. And now I need to go back and find the time. Right, let's have a look-see. I met my spirit guide, love that for me. Only problem is he speaks Chinese. I do not know Chinese. I've asked if he could speak English. So far it has only been Chinese. What should I do? So when it comes to spirit guides, I would often recommend people find a method of communicating that is perhaps an alternative, like a backup option. So like everybody's dream is for their spirit guide to be able to communicate with them verbally and to be able to gain information that way. But honestly, most of the time, that just isn't the way it works. And so I would maybe try doing dream work. That often really helps, because when things come through in dreams, it's often in a way that our brains are able to comprehend. And so it may be signs, it may be symbols, they may be able to show you what they are trying to communicate in a visual sense, rather than trying to communicate through verbal communication, because that just isn't quite as universal as visuals. You know, everybody, well, I say everybody, but obviously not everybody is able to see in the same way, but everybody who is able and has experienced sight will recognize a sunrise or a sunset, or they may well recognize animals, symbols. If they see war, that's a very deep, it's kind of a deep-rooted guttural reaction that we have from visuals if you're able to see things. And that way you can gain communication that is more universal than just using words. You can also go through things like sensations if that's something that's easier for you. So they might be able to guide you in sensations and the way things feel. They might be able to communicate things differently in a dream state. But alternatively, you can use divination. So tarot reading, pendulum reading, runes, something where they're able to assist you in that, letting you know when to start, when to stop, and the like. And that way it's sort of you gaining the information through their direction rather than them outwardly giving you that information. It's just about figuring out the way of working around it if you aren't able to find an easy way to kind of meet in the middle. It's about kind of finding an alternative. So dream work, writing down your dreams afterwards, asking if they can commune through dreams, meditation, as well as divination. You can try automatic writing, which in this instance could actually be very interesting, because you may well find that the information that is written down is likely not going to be in a language that you personally know, but it is something that you're then able to look up after the fact. You can also try, if words are coming through to you audibly, if you try to write them down as phonetically as you can, see if you could then translate it after the fact, and over time you might find you pick up things more and more to make it easier to communicate. It's an interesting one because most guides come through in a very, I don't want to say simplistic way because it's not necessarily simplistic, but a lot of guides will come through in a way that is easy for us to understand, but not always. So yeah, hopefully some of those are helpful, and I might end up doing some videos on kind of gaining communication through guides at some point in the future, because I know a lot of questions are asked about that. Completely missed this, but thank you so much, Ares. What is a future dream, convention, or gathering, and how would you set it up? So I've obviously done a lot of kind of the talks and the shows and the events, and some of them I definitely find I like more than others. Some of them I just really love the atmosphere of. For me, I much prefer outdoor events to indoor events. I think that there's just something about them that just makes them really special, especially if the weather is nice. Added bonus. For me, like, if it was a dream event, you would have loads of stalls of people selling their handmade goods, people who really care about what they're making and producing and are very knowledgeable about what they're doing, because I think that always makes events better when you can have deep conversations with any of the stall holders and can just be really fascinated by everything that they're saying. And then music. I mean, if I was planning a dream event, we're talking like Damn the Bard would be performing. You know, we're talking like really, really big names that I really, really love. And then I also think that experiences are something that are missing from event organization. So you'll often have like drumming circles and guided meditations and the like. But I love the idea of there being guided rituals. Like, I recently was by a lady at a recent event who would do cacao ceremonies, and this is something that I've never taken a part in. It's never something I've ever really looked into. And I think having a place where you could do, like, you could gather as like a makeshift coven and do rituals and give a taster for aspects of the spiritual community that you might want to look into more. I think that would be really, really, really cool. But at the minute, unfortunately, I don't think events like that are super accessible to that many people. There might be a few, like, I know that there's some really, really big pagan gatherings that happen. I'm trying to think of any by name. I cannot think of any by name, but the big outdoor festivals I've never had the chance to go to, and I really, really want to. I really want to. One day I will make it to one of these big festivals where, like, Damn the Bard is playing and all of that. Would be just so cool. But yeah, one day I will do that. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? Do you think you can still successfully practice witchcraft even if half of my brain doesn't believe in it? The other half really enjoys it, but I often get intrusive thoughts like it's not real. We have this question a lot, actually, and I've just realised I've cut half of my fringe a little too short. We're just going to pretend that that's not like that, and I guarantee that nobody noticed it before I said anything. So we get this question a lot because I think it's really, really commonplace, especially among individuals who either come from a very, very religious background or who come from a really, really non-religious background. I tend to find that the people who have an easier time with stepping into spirituality and stepping into witchcraft are people who were either raised in it or never stepped out of the belief in spirits and magic. You often find that people who spend time in organized religion or completely the opposite in atheism tend to have a much harder time with it. And the best piece of advice that I can give, and I often give it on these live streams, is it doesn't really matter if it doesn't work if you get something beneficial out of it. So if at the end of the day it turned out that none of this ever existed, if it benefited you, made you feel more comfortable, focused your mind onto working towards a particular goal, if it gave you a sense of purpose, a sense of peace, then at the end of the day, whether or not it happened because of a placebo effect or because of the witchcraft you performed, as long as you are benefiting from it in some way, shape or form, it doesn't really matter where that outcome comes from. And so I think a lot of people that I've spoken to anyway tend to have the idea of, oh, well, either this is 100% real or I've wasted all of my time. And I think it's about walking that line between the two of saying, well, if it is or isn't real, as long as it is something that I enjoy, then that's really all that matters. It's a little bit like a hobby, I suppose. You don't have to make money off a hobby, and actually you probably shouldn't make money off a hobby. And by not making money off a hobby, that doesn't make it pointless. You are just getting something different out of it than financial gain. So I tend to think of it in sort of a similar way. And generally speaking, the more you focus on something not working a little bit like if you're trying to sleep or if you're trying to meditate and you're constantly telling yourself, oh, I'm not going to be able to, oh, this isn't going to work for me. You're probably not going to be able to fall asleep super easily. You're probably going to be overthinking and then you're going to start to spiral. The same thing applies when it comes to witchcraft, where if we spend our entire time thinking about what's going to go wrong, we're more likely to knock over a candle, we're more likely to make a spelling mistake, and then you're going to start spiraling over that spelling mistake and, oh, is this the thing that's going to stop it from working? Oh my goodness, tripping over my own words. And then before you know it, that working isn't working. And it's not necessarily because it never could have worked, but more you might have spent the last hour and a half performing a ritual where you're not actually focusing on the ritual at all, and you're instead focusing on everything that can go wrong. So generally, I tend to just say, live and let live when it comes to this. As long as it's not causing you any negative effects, you're not becoming dependent on tarot readings or casting spells. If it's something that just brings you joy and you just enjoy it, then that is still really significant and meaningful, even if in the end you discover that it's not for you or it's something that you just don't believe in. You still got something out of it. So let's have a look see. I really struggle with mental health issues and my energy levels go up and down easily. It's hard to choose what to really focus on a daily basis with witchcraft. What can you recommend? My recommendation is always, I always find it to be different than other people's, and it's because I don't really have a daily witchcraft practice. And I know a lot of other people do, and everybody's going to be completely unique in this. But I would personally say try not to overly focus on having a basic daily practice. I think that it can really easily lead to people getting burned out or feeling like they're a failure when they aren't doing things every single day, especially if people struggle with periods of very, very low energy, pain, fatigue. That kind of scenario can make you feel as though you aren't a good enough witch, or that you aren't a successful magical practitioner, or that you don't belong in the craft. And instead, I would try to work on the principle of do what you can when you're able to and when you need to more than anything else. And if that means setting things aside for a later point, then you can totally do that. So you might want, if you're in a really sort of reasonable energy situation, so you might not feel super high energy, but you feel pretty okay and you want to be doing things, and perhaps it also happens to be a full moon, you might want to be charging a range of different candles with different intentions. Store them. I often wrap them up in like old like silk satiny altar cloths. You can get like small pieces from the fabric store that you can just wrap your candles up in, and then you can just store them. And then if you're super low energy and you really need to use one or use something, you can then take it out of that container, put it in a candle burner, and burn the candle down whenever it is that you need it without having to use a great amount of energy. So my advice is obviously not the be all end all of everything, but it's to focus less on daily practice and more maybe setting things up so that you can then use them at a later point, just to make your life a little bit easier in that regard. If you know that you really like using spell bags, for instance, you might want to pack a series of spell bags for different intentions and just not energize them. Don't start them actively working, just have them be like little pre-made pouches that you can then charge at a later point. Or if you have the ability to do it, you can create different sigils, but just don't charge them. Just pre-create those sigils in your Book of Shadows in just a random notebook. And then if you're really low energy and you need to use something, or you really want to use something, you can go through that book and you can see the sigils that you've already made with different intentions. You can choose one, you can cut it out, you can recreate it in something, you can draw it on yourself, and then you can then use that at a later point. So this is mostly because my practice doesn't involve much daily. I mean, on a daily basis, I will work with my servitor, and that's about it. You know, it really depends on what I need day to day. So little things whenever you can and you need it. But if you can sort of pre-prep things, that's going to make your life so much easier if you do need a bigger amount of energy and a larger working when you don't feel as though you're able to do it. This also applies to charging crystals and the like, charging candles, charging anything in the full moon, in the new moon, in solar energy. It's not an essential thing that you need to do to work with crystals, but if you are low energy, it could be something that's going to help you at a later point if you do just want to put a crystal in your pocket. The work is already done instead of you having to do it every single time. So just a few options. I would love to know any recommendations though in the comment section. And I do have an entire video actually. Did I actually post it? I make a lot of videos that I end up either never posting or I forget that they exist. I'm sure it was a video on low energy witchcraft. Did I imagine this? I might have imagined this. Hang on. I'm so confused. I'm sure I did a video on low energy no, wait, that's a different one. Oh, I did. Low energy witchcraft, passive energy, pre-charged spells, and more. I posted that in January. So if you are interested in learning more, then that video is there. That's it's one of my videos, so it's 40 minutes long probably. How long is it? No, it's only 25 minutes long. Look at me making a short video. That very, very rarely happens, me making a short video. Oh, Trish and Mickey, thank you so much. I love your shit. I dug this out. I got this 15 years ago, right? It's a skeleton dress. Wait, I need to go back here. Look! It's a full skeleton. Sorry, I only break out my Halloween clothes around Halloween, obviously, and I get so excited for them every single time, and I'm absolutely obsessed with it. I will wear it twice this year, and then it will disappear into the back of a wardrobe and it will not be seen again for another 12 months. So I have to make the most of it. And also, thank you so much to Ruth. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming onto these streams and supporting me. And I'm glad that you can enjoy the content that I make. The dress is incredible, right? You might be able to get it from secondhand, Depop or Vinted. It's from H&M. And it's from their collection in 2013, 2012, something like that. So nice. And I'm amazed it's lasted this long, but that might be because I only wear it twice a year. Righty ho, let's have a look, see, where am I? Any recent book recommendations? Okay, so the honest answer to this is no, but not because I haven't been reading, more because I've only really been reading books that I was reading last month. So for anyone who's wondering, Cleo is currently with the grandparents because she is hyperactive, just bouncing off all of the walls, and I just know she'd start chewing things that she shouldn't be chewing, and I'd spend half the live stream attempting to wrestle things off her. So she is currently at at my parents', but her grandparents' house. And so I've mostly been trying to finish the books that I started last month because it just takes me so long. So I am currently reading... It's a book by Corinne Boyer. It's I don't have it here. Oh my goodness, I didn't bring it in. Hang on. Corinne Boyer books. I will find this. I will figure this out. Troy books. Let's have a look. See. It's white with pink. Under the Bramble Arch is the one that I am currently reading, and really, really good, super enjoyable. But I have one negative about it, and I will do a full review once I'm kind of done with it, is that during the chapters, there's no breaks between things. So the information is incredible. And I've even transferred some of it into my Book of Shadows because super interesting. But it's not broken up. So if you read something that you really, really enjoyed and you wanted to go back to, you'd have to basically read the entire chapter again because there's not smaller subsections in each chapter. I so wish that there were because I struggle to remember where things are in books. My brain does not work like that. Other than that, absolutely love it. What else have I been reading recently? I found a book online. That's so vague. I promise I will get to tell you what it is. So I found a book on Kindle Unlimited that I had never heard of before, and it is called The Ineffable Name. I've just lost the information. The Ineffable Name, a witch's guide, traditional witch's guide to, a crafter's guide to traditional witchcraft. That's the one that I'm currently reading. I have never heard of it before, but it has a preface by Gemma Gary, which immediately I am sucked in. I'm going to give like a full review of the book once it's done. I will buy a physical copy of it once I'm finished reading it. So far, I'm really enjoying that. It is by George Hares with a foreword by Gemma Gary. I just stumbled on it on Kindle Unlimited and now I am sucked in. I also got the book The Busy Lazy Green Witch, which is also available on Kindle Unlimited, that I mentioned in one of my previous book release videos. And I'm reading a couple of the books from those previous release videos and hoping to do like a review of like a series of them once I'm finished. But oh my goodness, reading with a puppy that likes to chew books is so difficult. It's so hard. So like I'll get there eventually. I've dropped a bunch of stuff on the floor. I know. Oh, here we go. Right. Let's have a look-see. I am somewhere over here. Are there any Halloween decks that you recommend? Okay, I only have one Halloween deck, and it is called the Halloween Oracle. I will just double check. Let me just double check. It is called the Halloween Oracle, lifting the veil between the worlds every night. And that is the only one in my collection that is Halloween themed, because having purchased that deck, it is just not super readable. Like, the cards are beautiful. Really enjoy the artwork. There's a lot of skulls, and they sort of repeat a lot, so there's kind of a lot of repetition in the deck. It's a really, really beautiful deck. But I find myself just never really reading from it. Some of the cards are like witch, cat, pumpkin, or jack-o'-lantern, I suppose it's called, candle, spider. And I sort of find myself just never really picking up the deck. And so from that point onwards, I never really buy decks that are, I'm going to call it a one-trick pony, because they're beautiful, beautiful artwork, but I just find them to not have the depth that I look for in a set of reading cards. But I will be the first to put my hands up and say that for the most part, I read off 2 decks of cards. I read off my Rider-Waite Smith when I do things for myself, which I actually haven't read for myself in months. I should probably do a reading. And I read off the Wheel of the Year Tarot. Those are the ones that I have consistently read from now for the last 2 years. So I never really think of picking up a Halloween deck. If anybody has any recommendations, let me know. I did see somebody say that they have a Hocus Pocus Tarot, which I didn't even know they made a Hocus Pocus Tarot. So now I feel the need to find it. Like, wait, is it good? I'm watching Hocus Pocus tomorrow as part of my Halloween experience. Wait, there is legit a Hocus Pocus Tarot? No way. The tower is the house with the purple smoke coming out of the chimney? Sold. Wait, this is so... The Fool? Oh my goodness, the Fool is him lighting the black flamed candle. I agree, he was a fool. The Magician? Oh my god, fabulous. Okay, I need to get that. I need that. And I literally just said that I wasn't going to get any Halloween themed things. But see, I think that's the difference. Like, if it's tarot, I think that themes can work a lot better than oracle cards. With oracle cards, because there's not really any kind of core thing that runs through different oracle decks, they're all very different. You can often find that when you have an oracle deck on a theme, it tends to be a little hard to read, whereas with a tarot deck, if it's based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system, you're going to have a Fool, a Magician, a Hierophant, you're going to have a star, a sun, a moon. And so I think that it means that the theme has a purpose rather than just being a theme for the sake of a theme. And so that one actually looks really, really good. So I'm gonna have to check that one out. I will leave the tab open so that I can find it again later, because no doubt I will need to find it again later. Okay, what are your recommendations for reaching an ancestor that you have never met? Now, I have a full video on ancestor work. Let me see if I can find what it's called. It is called How to Set Up an Ancestor Altar. And I posted that, I don't even know, a while ago. But in that one, I talk about how to work with the known dead and the unknown dead. And the way you're going to go about doing it is slightly different. And I think a lot of focus is put on the known dead, which is why it's sort of, the unknown dead sort of get pushed into the background. So if it comes to the known dead, you might have photographs or items that belonged to them. You might have personal connections with them that make it easier to connect to them. The unknown dead are a little bit harder to deal with. These are the people that have been before you. So they are part of you because they made you who you are in some way, shape or form. But you have no idea who they are, where they lived, how long they lived for, what their name was, or anything about them. They are just there, and you know nothing about them that will help you link to them. And in which case, you're going to want to use some kind of representation that is universal to humanity. And so the one thing that people will often use, I actually have a few here that I didn't move from last time, even though I tidied up, are skulls. If anybody in my life asks me why I don't tidy super well, it's because I find things in the chaos. Are skulls. So skulls, where can I get it so it's turned correctly, are sort of a universal in human existence, right? You can find somebody who died 20,000 years ago and their skull is going to look, for the most part, largely the same as somebody who died 20 years ago. And so it's sort of a connecting link that even though culture has changed, kind of education has changed, technology has changed, this is something that we can all connect to. And a little bit like how human spirits are often drawn to human-shaped objects because it feels very familiar, such as dolls as well as like puppets. Skulls act in a very, very similar way. So if you're making an ancestor altar and you're doing it for the unknown dead, you would want something skull-shaped on your altar. This is a skull candle. This is one of the skull candles that we sell on the website. This is our small one. It's so cute. And then you can also use crystal skulls. You can use Halloween decorations if you need to, just to get started. Whatever it is that you have access to can work. I find though candles are great. You can find them pretty readily around the Halloween season, which massively helps. So these on an altar space act as a repository. I'm going to call it a repository of information, because it's that sort of link that we have to the people that came before, a link to every other human on earth, but it's also a way of communing with them. And one thing that you might have heard spoken of before is the idea of a talking skull. Talking skulls are, in some cases, a fallacy, the idea of a skull like opening its mouth and starting to talk to you. Instead, they're used as a way of us connecting with and communing with spirits that are able to come through an object of representation. So you can do this with fabric, jewelry, items that belonged to a person. And there is a particular name for it, and it is completely passing me by right now. You hold an object and you can see and feel the experiences of the people that came before. It has a name and I have completely forgotten it. So if anybody can know what that is, let me know, because my brain is like a sieve. So on an altar space, you would have your skull in representation, and you are able to request that your ancestors come through into this space, regardless of who they are. If they are an ancestor of yours, they may come through into this space as long as they have your best interests at heart. So you would want the protections on the psychometry. Thank you so much. That's the word that I was missing. Psychometry, where you hold an object that belonged to somebody else and you're able to gain information from that relates to the person that used it, wore it, or owned it before. Psychometry. So it's a similar kind of principle, except this does not belong to a singular person. Well, you know what I mean. The skull does not belong to a singular person. So in this, you would want to have that on your altar space. You might want to be holding it. You might want to have your protections up. I would recommend having some protections up, especially if you don't know your ancestors yet. And holding it in a way, it could be in front of you, it could be in your hands, and you're going to ask that any ancestors, spirits that were part of your lineage, come through into this space. This is for them. You might want to leave some offerings. And if they have any information that they would like to give you, they are welcome to do so, say for as long as this candle burns, or till this time on a clock. You're going to want to set some kind of limitation so that they aren't just coming through to you all of the time if you're very open to that. So I typically say for as long as a candle burns for. Tea lights typically burn for about 4 hours. That gives you a reasonable amount of time to be gaining information. You might want to be scrying. So you might want to be holding this in front of you and scrying while staring at that skull, especially if it's made of crystal, noting down any information that you might be given. You might want to be doing meditation in front of that skull for a similar purpose, so that you can note down any of the information that you receive, any sights, smells, sounds, any imagery, anything, write it down. You might also want to be, now this is a little bit of a step up, so it's not going to be for everybody. You might want to be keeping that skull in your sleeping environment to gain information while you dream. But with this, I would recommend having additional protections up, because sleeping is a liminal time, and so it's a little easy to lose track of time for other things to come through that you might not necessarily want to. You can also do divination, tarot, pendulum, runes, whatever you fancy. Automatic writing is another phenomenal one. One hand on the skull, one hand holding the pen, and just seeing what comes through to you. It's not going to come through super easily or quickly if you aren't used to doing it, but you might then start getting information like names, dates of birth, places, significant things that might have happened to individuals in your ancestry, that you can then start looking up information about that person. So then the unknown dead can start becoming the known dead with the information that they pass on to you. So they might let you know that they are somebody who was called John and they lived in a certain area, or they have a significant year that they remember that they might want you to look up. It could be a marriage, it could be a death, it could be a birth, something significant, and then you can start piecing together who this person might be. It's even better if you do have any kind of ancestry, I don't know what the other ones are called, but you know, where you can like track your family tree. If you've already done some of your family tree, that might make this a lot easier, because that way you are going to have some basis to kind of go off for the dates, the names, things like that. Now you can actually, that's a really good idea, use things like a spirit box. So if you aren't super comfortable with channeling any spirits, you can use a spirit box instead, which, I mean, there are loads and loads that you can get on Amazon. I have no idea how good any of them are. I might need to get a few and figure out what's good and what isn't, because I have some strange activity in my home that I really want to figure out. And well, you can use a recording device for this. So just like a really cheap little recording that you ask questions. So you would call in your ancestors, ask that they be present in this space, ask them to work through a skull or connect with the skull if that's what you have available to you. You might want to light a candle, give something as an offering, and ask if they can answer any questions that you have for them. Put the recording there, turn it on, and just ask your questions. Who are you? Where did you live? When were you born? When did you die? Is there anything significant you want to share? You know, things quite open-ended. They're not aimed at any particular person yet, and leave a pause in between each question. So, is there anybody here? Wait, leave a pause, and then ask, you know, are you able to tell me your name? Pause. Let them answer. Give them time. This could be 30 seconds. This could be a couple of minutes. Give them time to answer. Go through all of the questions that you have in mind. Doesn't matter if it takes you 10 minutes. Doesn't matter if it takes you 2 hours. Go through all of the questions, leaving a gap. And then once you're done, thank them for their presence and then send them away. You do the same if you're working through a skull, through meditation, through tarot reading, through divination, through dream magic. Whatever it is that you're doing, make sure that you have a time frame and make sure that you thank them and say goodbye to them at the very end. And then once that recording is done, you are going to turn it off. You are going to obviously thank the space, cleanse the space if you feel the need to, take that recording away and then listen to it. See if anything comes through. It doesn't necessarily have to be wording. This doesn't necessarily have to be language per se. You might have grumbles, mumbles, weird bumps and bangs. You might have strange static electricity on the tape. There might be any number of different things coming through that might even be just glitches that you shouldn't be experiencing on a digital recorder. And then if that's the case, you can then come back and see if you can connect deeper with them. The more of a connection you have with them, the easier it is to gain information and insight. And you can do this with spirit boxes as well, the kind where they go through like hundreds of different radio stations, like back to back. And you can find that language and words comes through on a spirit box. So you can ask the same questions and see what comes through. You just have to make sure to give them time to answer. Just different ways of doing it. But as time goes on, it becomes easier to connect. The more information that you have about your ancestors and the more information they can give you, the better. So if you find out a specific location for where they lived, whether that was where you are or whether that's halfway across the world, it could be worth looking into the customs of that particular location to see if there's anything that you can give them as an offering or have on the altar that might be significant to them that they might appreciate. So say a flag of the country that your ancestors may have come from, or a particular drink that might have been very significant to them. So I know that if I were to connect to any of my recent ancestors, tea or sherry. One of the two, maybe both. So it's just about figuring out, as time goes on, you're going to get more and more little snippets of information where you can then start making the altar space or any environment that you're working with your ancestors in more personable to them. And then slowly the unknown become the known. But yeah, as people have mentioned, only ask questions that you're willing to hear the answers to. And make sure that you do your offerings, and also make sure that you remember that these are people. They are not things that you can just demand information from. It's all about coming from a place of respect. If they don't feel comfortable communicating with you, then you just need to be able to say, okay, I'm fine with that right now. I am working this altar space not to gain things for myself, but to form a connection. A little bit like with all spirits, if you go in demanding, you're less likely to get what you want than if you go in genuinely curious about getting to know an individual, and then anything that comes out of that is simply a positive. So yeah, that's kind of, it's a big topic. I think I probably need to do an updated video on that, to be honest, because I think this one is like 2 or 3 years old, maybe more now, so maybe I need to update that. Right, let's have a look, see. Where was I? How is spooky season going for you? It's going very well, and also very, very spooky. I have had some super duper strange encounters this spooky season, and I don't know when to specifically talk about them, to be honest, because like I feel like I need to be waiting for an appropriate question rather than me just word vomiting at you. But my question for you is, what herb do we have in the UK that is similar to carver? Oh, this is a new one to me. Let me have a look, see. A sacred herb with similar properties. So let's have a look. What is this? So it's a member of the pepper family. It means bitter. Ooh, okay. So I'll go through like step by step the process that I would use to figure these things out, because it might help. So I typically would just search up the name of the plant and then magical properties, kind of a good baseline. I then will open like the first 5 or 6 different posts and let's see what they have to say. So, this is a giant block of text. I really wish there were paragraphs in this. Let's have a look, see. Relaxant and reliever, anxiety, pain relief, tension relief, mental chatter. What else have we got? It's often prepared and consumed in a ritualistic and ceremonial fashion. Okay, let's try the next one. What does this one say? Enhanced meditation, stress relief, spiritual insights. So just off that alone, I immediately think of mugwort. So we're talking about calming the mind, improving the ability to gain information through meditation, improving states of relaxation, stress relief, improving spiritual insights. Makes me immediately think of mugwort. Let's have a look, see. Some of these. It's not going to be used in quite the same ways, but when I'm kind of working through these things, I look at the primary things that a plant is used for that are not specific cultural traditions. So obviously different plants are used ceremonially in different ways. I'm not going to look too deeply into that because I am not able to replicate those cultural practices because it is not my culture to replicate. Does that make sense? So I then look at the general associations that a plant has, the general ways that it is used, and then see if there's anything similar. So you're not probably going to be able to use mugwort in the same way as you would use kava. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm really sorry. But if we're talking about that meditation, the spiritual awareness, the openness that comes from improved meditation and divination and the like, mugwort tea could be a really good option, especially when it comes to dream magic, psychic ability, psychic development, and the like. But obviously, as always, be mindful that all plants have the ability to interact with medication, with health conditions, and just with your body as a whole. So make sure you're double checking that you can take any mugwort based on your medication and health conditions and the like. What else have we got here? We've got ashwanga. I can never say that properly. Is great, and it's a supplement that anyone can get. Coffee as well. So we've got like a few options here. If anybody has any more, let me know. It's not a plant that I've ever worked with or heard that much about. So I like mugwort though because it is quite, you take it as a tea. You can burn it as well, but a lot of people will take it as a tea, especially for divination, and it sort of relaxes you into trance-like states and meditation. So it's quite an easily accessible thing, and you can get mugwort tea pretty readily in a lot of places. It's often put in blends, but you can also get it from specific tea companies if tea is sort of what you want instead of like the witchy stuff. You can get the witchy stuff from things like Sons of Asgard, Starchild, if mugwort is something you want to work with in that way. Oh yeah, and people smoke mugwort too. I personally haven't, but that is something that people do. It's often put in the herbal cigarette blends. They do not contain any tobacco or any nicotine or anything. Not something I've ever really looked into personally, but definitely an option. Let's have a look-see. How will you be celebrating this spooky season? So for me, I'm planning on doing an entire video, but obviously like time. I thought that I could post the video today because I forgot today was the live stream until like last night. So I am planning on doing an altar. My voice broke then, oh my goodness, an altar, my divination as always, and then it's mostly just getting into the spooky season. I have some Halloween cakes that I'm planning on making. I am wanting to go to a pumpkin patch again to pick my own pumpkins, and then I want to get a cute little picture with Cleo and the pumpkins. That would be absolutely adorable, and I just really want to do all of the things the spooky season. So I'm talking baking, we're talking making seasonal coffees, we're talking decorating. That's really how I'm celebrating, because this time of year for me in particular, I try to not actively do that many spells and rituals just because spirit activity around me is always really high around Samhain. I can stop that if I wanted to, like I could put up like way more protections and shields and stuff, but I really like getting to experience the energy of the season. And so for me, I find that I just don't do that many spells and rituals because I try to avoid amplifying the activity and also the activity influencing my workings. So that's my Samhain, and I'm hoping to sort of record some of it. And maybe we could do a mini live before Halloween night. That would be really cool. Maybe I could like carve a pumpkin or something, and we can chat about all sorts of witchy, spooky topics. That would be really cool. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Gunhilda. I had something come up and I can't join in today, but I plan to email you about something soon. Oh, exciting. I will keep an eye out for that. Have a blessed Samhain. Have an amazing Samhain yourself. I hope you have a fantastic time. So let's have a look-see. I think I just like scrolled really fast past a comment that said something like, please word vomit. Which I just feel like is a perfect example of what my content is like. It is just, please just word vomit. So while we're here, I will mention a few of my experiences, and I'm going to dot a few of them sort of throughout the video, I think. But recently, I have been experiencing something really strange, and I'm not overly concerned about it because I've sort of done my energetic tests and I'm not overly concerned. about this particular spirit, but I do find the way it is manifesting really, really unusual. So Cleo currently sleeps downstairs. She has her own little bed in her own little safe, cozy zone with her toys. That is where she sleeps, in there. But because I really struggle to hear what's happening downstairs, when I'm upstairs, I have a baby monitor. So that means that when she cries in the night because she needs to go to the toilet, I can just be woken up instantly, come downstairs, take her outside. Everything's great, no accidents in the house, right? And this is something, I want to preface this by saying, this is something that has not only been experienced in my house by me. Okay, this has been experienced by other people. So, a couple of nights, I started having this strange thing where 6 a.m. she would be awake, she wouldn't want to go back to sleep again, so I would then come downstairs and sleep on the sofa so that she could see me and she would go back to sleep again. Now, the baby monitor was still upstairs, and I'm lying there, and it's like 6 a.m., it's still dark, and I would hear her crying on the baby monitor upstairs. Except I'm looking at her in her bed, and she is not crying. Now, at first, I thought, okay, well, baby monitors, they're really, really basic, right? So baby monitors can connect to other baby monitors. Maybe what I'm hearing is somebody's child that is crying and I'm just picking up the frequency on my baby monitor. So I sort of didn't think anything of it. And then a couple of days go by and it happens again. Except this time it is very, very distinctly a dog crying. This is not like a baby's cry. This is her whimpering and crying like she does when she really needs to go to pee. But I'm looking at her and she is fine, right? She is totally normal. Couple more weeks go by and I'm lying in bed and it's probably 2 o'clock in the morning. She's been asleep for a couple of hours at this point. She usually goes to bed at like 11:30, 12 o'clock. And I am woken up not by her crying, but, well, a little bit of her crying. I can hear her crying on it, but I'm like, it's really weird because she only went to the toilet like 2 hours ago. She should be fine. And then I hear what I can only describe as a man's voice on the baby monitor. And I like sit up and I'm like, that's really weird because I should not be hearing a man's voice on the baby monitor, especially when I'm hearing her crying. And so I'm like, okay, I run in through my head. I'm like, I definitely lock the front door. I definitely lock the back door. I know that all the windows are closed. I can't hear anything else. And then all of a sudden the voice stops and she stops crying. Like straight away, she just stops crying and then she just goes back to sleep again. And so I get out of bed and I stand at the top of the stairs and I'm like listening because my house is very loud. It's very creaky, right? Anybody moves anywhere, you can hear it. So I'm standing at the top of the stairs and I can't hear anything at all, nothing. And so I'm like, okay, that's really weird. So I come downstairs, I check around, I'm like, there's nobody here. And she is sound asleep in her bed again, out like a light. So I'm like, okay. So I go back upstairs, get back into bed, sleep through the rest of the night. Everything is fine, right? I've never heard that man's voice on the baby monitor again. However, I know that my dad has experienced the same crying on the baby monitor when he's been looking after her in my house, and there's been nobody there. Nothing happening. She's not crying. This then sort of goes on. It's been like a couple of months now, right? And we had an incident where she wasn't feeling particularly well. And she would often like cry, like really distressed cry. Don't worry, we got it all sorted. She's totally fine. But she was really distressed crying. And so I, got her out, comforted her. She was okay. She went back to sleep again. And I then went to sleep on the sofa because I don't like her being upset, right? So she was not feeling well at all. And so I'm asleep on the sofa. What do I hear from the baby monitor not 10 minutes later? I hear her with this weird, she was doing this like weird like gargled yelpy cry thing. I hear that coming from the baby monitor upstairs twice. Over the course of 10 minutes, I hear the same noise that she just made down here that no baby would make. This is a very weird, creepy sound that she was making that was repeating on the baby monitor 10, 20 minutes later after she'd done it, and I'm looking at her and she is fast asleep. She's not making the noise at all. So the baby monitor fiasco continues. To this day, it has been 2 months. The baby monitor fiasco still continues, because what I'm dealing with here at the minute is I'm not going to refer to them necessarily as a poltergeist, because there's nothing moving around that would make them sort of the modern poltergeist, but poltergeist just translates as noisy ghost. So she's sort of being haunted by a poltergeist at the minute. The entire house is sort of dealing with this weird, like, noisy, poltergeisty activity at the minute, which is just really strange. I know it is only relating to Samhain though, because the activity is like amping up the closer that we get to it. This typically happens for me around this time of year. I could, if I wanted to, put more protections up, but then it would limit the spirits that I do want to engage with, and it's only a temporary thing. It'll disappear again once the Samhain energy is sort of dealt with. But this is the bit that I found really, really interesting. And I said I was going to spread them out, but I'm just so invested in this, I just have to keep going. I have now seen, as of yesterday, I was outside, I'll be honest, I was outside picking up poop from the back garden. You know what you do when you're a pet owner. And I look inside my living room and I see a tall man's shadow standing in my living room next to where Cleo sleeps. And he wasn't doing anything. He was just looking at her. He was just watching her. That's all she was. She was just watching where she would sleep at night. And I walk inside, gone completely. Nothing feels malicious. Nothing feels anything like that. It just very much looked like somebody who was just watching her. And so I think for the most part, that's what's happening with a lot of the activity, is when I'm downstairs, the activity is coming from the baby monitor upstairs, as though they want me to like leave so that they can be around Cleo. That's kind of what it feels like. The only other thing that, I will be honest, I know wasn't just me, and it did actually scare me. This was the first thing that's happened in a long time, actually, that has spooked me. It's like 7 a.m. Cleo, by this point, by the way, she doesn't care. She's not looking at things weird. She's not barking. Like, the only time that she had kind of a strange reaction was when we heard the man's voice on the baby monitor. Other than that, she has not been fazed by any of this. She just doesn't care. She doesn't even notice it's happening. Except this one occasion. So she was crying. It was about 6:30, 7 a.m. And I come downstairs and I am exhausted. So I let her out, we give her breakfast, she goes to the toilet, and then we always cuddle up on the sofa first thing in the morning while I become compos mentis, because I am not a morning person. And we're sort of spooning on the sofa. Yeah, I do spoon my dog, don't mind me. She's adorable, how can I not? And we both, and I know that we both hear it because she sat bolt upright and stared at the stairs, like the bottom of the stairs, heard a that noise, but it was really quiet, like it was coming from a baby monitor, right? The baby monitor's in my bedroom, really quick, like something falling downstairs. And so she jumps, I jump because she's jumped, and we just sort of sit there in silence for a while, and we just listen, just listen. And everything goes silent again, and I'm like, maybe it was something from next door, maybe it was someone outside, like it could be anything. So I lay back down again, she settles back down again. Then, no joke, the loudest sound I think I've ever heard in my entire house. It sounds like a bowling ball is being thrown down my stairs. Down my stairs, and I shit myself. I leap off the sofa. She shits herself, leaps up off the sofa. We're both staring at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for something heavy to hit the bottom of the stairs. Nothing hits the bottom of the stairs. I have no idea what it was, but it was exactly the sound that we heard on the baby monitor not 2 minutes before, coming down the stairs. And it's because I'm not reacting to the activity that's been happening. And when I've not reacted to the activity, it's sort of amping the activity up. But it was just the weirdest thing ever, because it was the exact same noise we heard on the baby monitor, just repeating in the physical world, dead loud. her heart was pounding, my heart was pounding. We were just staring at the stairs, waiting for something to come down the stairs. Nothing did. I know that it wasn't in my neighbour's house because they would have rushed to the bottom of the stairs. Like, you would be able to hear what they were doing. Nothing. They have a dog. Dog wasn't barking. Dog wasn't doing anything. Dog didn't react at all. So it wasn't in their house. It was definitely in mine. And that's the weirdest thing that I have had happen this sort of Samhain season so far. I'm not overly concerned, though. I know that some people would be. I'm not overly concerned. The energy is not strange. It's not anything like that. It just feels like lots of passing spirit activity, lots of random things. And baby monitors act a lot like audio recordings, spirit boxes. You can get some really, really weird things. I am, however, tempted to get a camera to put in the living room just to sort of check that she's not being overly concerned by any of it. But yeah, the baby monitor fiasco continues. The ball down the stairs was by far the weirdest thing so far, though. Genuinely sounded like somebody had dropped a bowling ball down my stairs. Except nothing hit the bottom of the stairs because I was looking at it and there was nothing on my stairs. It was really weird. I would love to know if anybody else has any strange Halloween ghostly encounters. Actually, scrap that. Don't put them in the comments. If you have any weird Halloween, Samhain, ghost encounters, even if they're not ghosts, even if they're other things, if you could use the link that I've got in my ghosty videos and you want me to share them on the channel, I might do a few Halloween specials if that's something that you would be interested in. Sort of telling other people's stories around the Samhain season. I would absolutely love to do that. But yeah, she's not overly concerned though, Cleo. She's a chill little lady. No, at the minute, Cleo stays sleeping downstairs just because I don't want her to get too bad separation anxiety. I don't want her to be upstairs in the bedroom. It's also too far to go outside. She's a lot closer here. So yeah, it's just very, very, very strange. Spooky, ooky. I'm loving it. I'll be honest. I'm absolutely loving it. This energy is my absolute favorite. I am not phased. And I think it's because I've had so many weird encounters. I don't get phased so much anymore, but I just love experiencing it. So I have a little notebook where I'm documenting everything that's happening. So if you have any, actually, I will try and grab it. Get una momento, por favor. Wow, I got stuck then, didn't I? I have this Google form that I will put in the chat. If I can, I'll put it in the chat. And then this Google form. If you have any ghosty encounters that you would like me to share from Samhain, if you could just put like the word Samhain at the top of that story, I'll try to group them together. And yeah, I might make some of those because I am posting some more ghosty videos in a couple of weeks' time, days' time. I'll be honest, I've already filmed them. I just need to edit them. So yeah, super interesting though. I think that this year the activity is going absolutely bonkers generally. Getting way more spirit encounters, way more spooky things are occurring. And I cannot be the only one. At least I don't think I'm the only one. I dropped my comb again. Oh, there it is. Found it. Can I reach it? Maybe. Aha! Got it. Right. Let's have a look. Oh, I just love Samhain. Samhain and Beltane. Genuinely, the weirdest spirit activity you will ever experience. Liminal space around Samhain or Beltane. You're onto a winner. You're going to see loads of stuff. Loads and loads of stuff. At least I do. Samhain and Beltane are the times. I have a cowlick here and I wish I could just get rid of it, but yeah. Oh well, it'll do. Right. Let's have a look, see. Where am I? Oh, I feel like I'm missing some questions now. Oh no, I really hope that I'm not actually missing any questions. I'm definitely missing a few. Oh no, I'll try to work through these and then. Are there any books you'd recommend on baneful magic and for spirit work? I'm gonna have a really, really horrible answer here, and that is no. And that is, for the most part, because the majority of the books about baneful magic are often not really baneful magic. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, there's definitely a few out there, probably ones that I haven't gone super in depth with, but I found that there's a lot of books I've picked up that are meant to be on baneful magic that are really about anything but. They'll talk a lot about protection, they'll talk a lot about deflective magic, but they won't so much talk about actual baneful workings. So I tend to find the best baneful workings are ones that I would make myself, and you can adapt other workings. So you can take a working that is designed for good luck, adjust the herbs that are in it, adjust the timing that you're doing it, and you've basically created the opposing spell to the energy that you were aiming for in the first place. So as an example, I suppose, if you were doing a spell to manifest, I always use a job, but it's because it's the easiest thing that most people will connect with. If you're doing a spell to manifest a job, you might be using things like alfalfa, basil. You might be doing it on the waxing moon or the full moon, and you might be using words that are quite positive and aimed towards a positive goal. If you were to use the waning moon or the new moon, dark moon, and you were to be using words that are of a negative nature, and you were perhaps to be using plants that were designed to inhibit, limit, rot away somebody's goals and dreams, like rotting basil, rotting alfalfa, like using thorns and brambles and nettles that are designed to protect against something, you can create essentially a baneful working by just adapting a pre-existing positive working. Now, I want to emphasize here that I'm not saying that people should do this. I'm not saying what people should or shouldn't do. I'm just saying it's an option. Do with that what ye will. But I find that that is the best way of doing it, especially with strong emotion. That's how I've always done it. But then that's how I always make spells anyway. I will just kind of wing it and come up with things that work okay that work for me, and so that's typically how I work every bit of my magic. Now, I know that there is Utterly Wicked by, I think it's Dorothy Morrison. I do have that one in my collection. I've not finished all of it, like I've not read all the way through it. I know that some people are not a massive fan of that book and the work in it, so that one I'll just leave up to you to read reviews and the like. Generally, though, you can often just adapt, and I actually find it easier to adapt pre-existing workings unless you have something in particular in mind. You know, like some people would consider a binding to be a baneful magic, and that's kind of its own thing. Freezer spells, sort of the same. You can also do anything that is designed to rot. There's lots of sort of baneful spells out there. Some of them involve like lemons for the bitter aspect. Like you want something to be sour. You would use something that is very, very bitter. So this could be lemons, this could be limes, this could just be some plant that is very bitter in nature, like taste-wise, or very acidic where you want it to burn away things. And you can use that in your workings. You can seal things up if you want something to be limited. So you can trap energy inside a jar with things that are rotting and decaying, and then that sort of has a similar effect. I know that one that you will often see online is people using tongue. That's mostly for stopping gossip and communication. So there's a few different things out there online that you can find, but yeah, I generally find that adapting pre-existing workings is super duper useful, just because it means that you have so much variety, especially if you already have a spell book. If you already have a spell book that you regularly use, take the workings, basically turn them on their head, and you basically have a curse or a baneful working for that specific intention, which I love doing. I want to emphasize, I love adapting spells like this. I don't love doing cursings. I will only do it if I really have to and I don't have any other choice. Right, let's have a look, see? Ooh, what are some great spells to cast on Samhain that are beginner friendly? So I will always say the same thing. How beginner is beginner? Because if we're talking beginner, then I would typically avoid spells and rituals, full stop. By that I mean, if you don't have a full grasp of your foundational practices, and if you don't know how to get yourself out of situations that might be difficult and uncomfortable, then I wouldn't recommend you doing active spells and rituals yet. If we're talking beginner, like you already have your foundational practices down and you already know how to get yourself out of situations, then, there's any number of different things. The first one that I would typically recommend, protection style workings, especially around Samhain when the veil is really thin. It can be, as I've already mentioned with the things I've been experiencing, a little bit uncomfortable. It might not be the nicest thing to be dealing with and experiencing. Protection spells aren't necessarily going to go wrong. If they do go wrong, they usually just don't work. And so protection spells are a great place to start because you can layer them up. So you don't just have to be doing one. You could be doing multiple protection spells and have that practice, especially during the Samhain season. So protection spells are really, really good spell-wise. If we're talking not just spells, for beginners, you can light a candle for ancestors. You can do a divination reading where you may want to use your psychic abilities or ask any spirits around to aid you in that particular working, ancestors, guides, and the like. Yeah, you can set up an extra place setting for spirits, so have a dumb supper type of situation. But I would avoid, as a beginner, any working that actively summons specific spirits, evoking, invoking, channeling, whatever it is. I typically avoid recommending those things for beginners around Samhain. And I would personally avoid using divination techniques in an unprotected space around Samhain, just because there's a lot of spirits that are going to be passing through. There's a lot of spirit activity, and you might find that you start communing with something that you don't necessarily want to. But those are things that I would recommend, like the protection workings, the lighting candles for ancestors, that kind of thing. Yeah, so you put food on the place setting. So you are essentially sacrificing a portion of your food to the ancestors and the family members that are no longer present, to honour them in a physical sense, because it's believed that around Samhain they're able to traverse back and forth easier so that they can be with the living. And so having a place setting for them is sort of a way of honouring them. You can also, though, just leave out a cup of tea, a drink of wine, something that on an altar space that you think they would appreciate as an honouring ceremony for the Samhain season. Okay. As a beginner, can you explain when I need to perform any type of protection? Is it for every single magical working I do, whether big or small, or just in certain instances? I'm so confused. So, protection workings, well, witchcraft in general is going to be very individual, and that can make it difficult to know when to do it and when to not do it, because it's very much going to depend on your circumstances. As a beginner, though, I would recommend at least some form of protection all of the time. So if we're talking things like circle castings, that's the typical form of protection that you often find being recommended, especially to beginners, for all spells, rituals, and divinations. But it's going to depend on the other protections you already have and the type of working that you're doing. And this is where it can get kind of confusing, because there's a lot of caveats when it comes to things. So, very, very basic, I would recommend, if you are planning on doing spells and rituals and divination inside your home, having some kind of house protection. This could be sigils on doors. This could be little charms kept near liminal space. This could be a general ward around that property. Something to generally protect that space. I would also recommend, if you're planning on doing spells and rituals outside of the home, that you have personal protection. Or if you're planning on working with spirits, I would also recommend personal protection, as this means that even if you are outside of that home, or if you are summoning or attracting spirits through the protections into your space, you as an individual are still protected. When it comes to casting a circle before divination, before spells and rituals, that's going to depend on both of these other factors. So if you are doing spells and rituals inside your home that don't include the summoning, invoking, or evoking of spirits, Then if you feel comfortable in your home, you don't necessarily need additional protections or the protection of that circle if you have house protections. If you are doing a divination session, a spell, any kind of spell work sessions, ritual outside, and you feel comfortable with your personal protections and a circle isn't needed for any other means, then you don't necessarily need a circle unless you're working with spirits and the like, if you feel your personal protection is nice and strong and stable. If you don't feel super comfortable in your environment, you don't have any house protection, you don't have any personal protection, or you are working with spirits, then you would want to be using some kind of circle or protective measure before spells and rituals as well as divination sessions. It very much depends, though, on the context of what you're working in. So if you're doing just a single question pendulum reading outside in an occult shop, you're probably not going to need to be laying an entire compass. Laying a compass? Casting a circle. Compass is totally different for that particular purpose. You're just going to be able to do it there and then. It's not something that you're going to need to worry about. But if you're doing a large session where you are evoking a spirit into a space, you're going to want personal protections, house protections, and a protection on that space. So it's very nuanced in that. And circles are also used for other things. So if you want to contain energy till a point where you want to release it freely all in one go, then you would want a circle, because that circle is going to contain the energy inside of that space. So if you aren't super used to raising your energy and controlling it, then you are able to keep it contained in a limited environment, like inside this sphere, so you can then release it all at once. This is especially true if you want to target a particular object, like a candle, like a piece of jewelry, and you don't have super good control over your energy yet. Having this circle that is going to limit its ability to leave then allows you to channel it into an object a lot easier. I understand, though, totally why the use of protection in witchcraft is very confusing, because it's very much going to depend person to person, practice to practice. Wiccans will often traditionally carry out a circle casting before every single spell and ritual, but then they are also often including I keep trying to say compass round, and it's because I've just filmed a video where I'm talking about compass rounds. They will also often include calling in the quarters, that's what I was trying to say, where they are summoning forth the elemental directions and the elements to be able to protect them and offer guidance and assistance in a spell and ritual. They may also be using that circle to call upon the god and the goddess, which not every practitioner is going to do. So this is why it gets sort of confusing, but I hope that gave at least a brief overview, maybe, of when to use protections, when to not use protections, the basic guide. Right. With oracle cards, are there any ways or tips on how to read them properly without referring to the guidebook constantly? So, oracle cards are... I find them easier, but not everybody is going to feel as comfortable with them, I suppose. Oracle cards typically have their own unique meanings, and the meanings are often written on the cards, which massively helps. So I have many decks. Do I have any in here with me? I have a tarot deck. I don't think I have any oracle decks in here with me. They will often have the vague meaning written on the front. So it might be gratitude, it might be love, it might be prosperity, it might be affection, these things, which can help. But if you don't want to be going back to the guidebook every single time, perhaps you're taking a deck of cards out with you and you don't want to have to be dealing with the faff of it, then it's about looking at the imagery. And this is why the imagery on cards is so, so important. It's really important that we feel connected to them. It doesn't have to be the most aesthetically pleasing cards ever. They don't have to be the most artistically fantastic. But we need to feel connected to that imagery. Because when you're doing that reading, especially when you're working intuitively, say you've drawn 3 cards, you might be drawn to specific aspects of those cards, and this applies to tarot and Lenormand as well. It's just going to depend on what you are working with. So you might draw a card, hiccups again, and while it might say like protection, you might have information in that card that's going to start coming out to you. There might be a colour on that card that's really significant. Maybe it's a certain time of day, and that's really what draws you in and stands out, perhaps as midnight or midday, perhaps it's a sunrise or a sunset. There might be certain animals on that card that are of significance that you might feel as though are important in this reading. And so it's really about going through those cards and looking at the meaning that is written on it, if the cards do have some meaning written on it. And then it's about building your understanding of symbolism. And I think this is really useful when it comes to tarot, oracle, any kind of card reading, is they kind of play off each other. You are also using your knowledge on symbolism as well as developing it at the same time. So cards will often have animals on them that represent what it is that you are working with, what that card works with. And there's also often plants on them, colours, symbols, numbers. And once you kind of get an idea of how to pick things out of a card, you are then going to be able to understand its meaning a lot better. I'm going to grab my deck of cards just so I can sort of show you. I just have to hope that everything doesn't fall over. It might just fall over. Let's try. Okay. So this is the deck of cards that I have in here. It is tarot instead of oracle, so I just kind of want to preface this by that. This is the tarot of the sorceress. I'll be honest, I don't really use these cards because I like cards with colour. That's why I often use the Wheel of the Year tarot, because they're just so vibrant. So I just give these a bit of a shimmy so that I can just pick one out at random. Ooh, these two feel strong. Let's go with these two. Okay, so what do we have here? We have the Page of Water. See if we can see that. Very reflective these ones are. And we have Temperance, right? So all of the cards are black, white, and gold. So colour in these cards is not really going to be that significant. But if I were doing a reading, I can go off the information on the cards, like the information that we know about each card. But then I'm also looking at things that are particularly significant. So in this one, this card in particular, can you see here, these, to me anyway, look like orchids. And so if I got this card out in part of a reading and they were the bit of the card that really stood out to me, I'd be like, oh, orchids. Maybe that's something I need to look into the symbolism of. Maybe this is something that I might start seeing in my life. Maybe when this card is taking effect in my life, there is going to be something related to orchids in that environment brought up in that conversation that is going to show me that this card is taking effect in whatever situation I'm going to be in. Same here, I often am drawn to particular plants. So we're looking at Temperance here. Now you might be drawn to the stars in the middle. That might be the thing that really sticks out to you. You might also be drawn to the sun here, this light here that I personally perceive as being like a sun because it looks like a sun. You might be drawn to the wings or the knives up here, or down here are holly leaves. And so once again, you might start seeing that symbolism. Whatever draws you in, it could be this holly down here. You might want to look into the associations of holly, the symbolism of it. What does it relate to? What does it connect to? And as you start going through the symbolism of a card like that and seeing what calls out to you, do a bit of research on it. And usually the symbolism on cards relates to the underlying meaning. So it makes it easier to then connect with the cards on a deeper level. And all of these cards, as far as I can tell, and as well as many others, have different flowers and plant life and something in them. And a lot of cards will have some level of symbolism to them, which is why making cards is such a it's a long-term project. It isn't something that you just sort of pop out in a second. They take a lot of time because all that symbolism is added in. And once you learn to look at the symbolism, you then will not need to rely so heavily on the books because the symbolism is going to tell you that story. Okay, let's have a look. See, where am I? I am... Are you planning on doing any ancestor veneration for Samhain? Can we get a sneak peek into some of the process? I'm not planning on doing anything more than I would usually do. And that's, as mentioned, because usually I tend to get a lot of interference, shall we say, from other spirits around this time of year. I tend to do my ancestor work within my general spells and rituals, my readings, throughout the year. And so for me, I don't tend to focus on ancestor work anymore around Samhain because it's become just sort of part of my general routine. But if I were, it would be, as mentioned earlier, the use of skulls on altar spaces. I do have skulls in my home that I have laid out for the Halloween season, but also to connect and relate with ancestors. And then it would be using divination and an object that belongs to them as a way of communing with them and gaining inspiration and just having a connection with them. That's typically what I would do, as well as leaving out alcohol in glasses and water and tea for different ancestors, depending on who it is that I am particularly dealing with. Right. I recently crafted myself some beautiful witch bells. Now, as a newbie, how do I activate them so they will protect my space? So bells are a really interesting thing in witchcraft. Wait, I actually have some. Hang on. It's like show and tell. Right, let me go and grab them. I've got my little bag here with my witch bells in, and they're in this bag because they look like toys to Cleo and she keeps trying to grab them. Witch bells. So bells are really useful because they are used in a twofold way, and it really depends on the type of work you want the witch bells to do. So generally speaking, anything that easily makes noise, where the movement of them is really, really easy, act as a signal when spirits are in your area. So when spirits pass through objects and move around, they often leave cold patches, hot patches, phantom breezes that don't have any explanation. And when you have an object that barely takes any energy to make a noise, when any spirit engages with them and passes through the object that these are attached to, they are going to ring, make a noise. And so they can act automatically without you having to do anything as a pre-warning sign. And if you have spirits that want to be very secretive, they don't want to be caught, they don't want you to know that they're there, that is going to act in protection in and of itself, because now you know that they're there and they don't want you to know that they're there, and so they'll leave and find somebody that doesn't have something that is going to show their presence. Bells are also commonly used as a way of clearing energy in a space. So if you have unwanted energy, or you just want to set an energetic tone for spells and rituals, you would often ring bells before spells and rituals, and it also shakes up the energy in that space. So cleansings may well be done with a bell. And so when you open and close doors, these bells are going to be shaking up the energy in that space because they're going to ring. And so then the energy isn't settling in the same way. It's much easier to cleanse energy out because it isn't like ingraining itself into the environment and the objects that you have in your home, because every time you open and close a door, these bells are going to ring. As people in my life well know, every time I open this door, they ring really, really loudly. So if we want to energize them further, it's then just pouring energy into them that they may act as protection, so that when the bells ring, they will protect your space, and it just acts as an extra layer of defense. So that's witches' bells. Generally, they are protective just in their very nature, though you can then further amplify them by charging them with energy. If anybody wants witches' bells from me and you live in the UK, I have just made an entire collection of new bells that I will be putting on the website soon. But those ones are my personal ones. Actually, I will take this a step further, right? Because I forgot about this. These are my personal ones, even though they were meant to be available for purchase, because I accidentally cut myself on a jump ring partway through the process and I bled on them. And so now they are my witch bells because they are directly linked to me. And so if you happen to be so inclined, or if you accidentally, like I did, just catch yourself, nick yourself, scratch yourself on something, whatever, and you have witch bells, you might want to add a little smidge of that on there to amplify them and connect them to you. So you may not feel comfortable doing that, and that is totally fine. For me, it was a pure accident. Jump rings do be sharp, and I cut myself on a jump ring. I did not mean to. But it is an option if you are that way inclined and that is something that you would like to add into your spells and rituals. It can certainly help magnify the energy. Right. Where am I? Oh, see, so this one is a very, very individual one. How do you do a blessing ritual for the Sabbath? Also, any suggestions for gaining more power and awakening? So when it comes to blessing rituals, it's really going to depend on your personal practice and how you resonate with blessings and the purpose of it. So is it blessings for a specific goal? Is it blessings that are done by an entire group, like a coven environment? Is it blessings that are being done individually on a person? All those details are going to completely change how something is done. And so I don't know what to offer in this instance. I can share kind of the blessings that I've experienced or that I would carry out if that helps. So for me, water is very, very strongly the agent for blessings of sacredness. Don't know why. Water just always has been for me, and we see it being that way throughout other traditions too. We see the baptisms in Christianity being carried out in water and things like that. And so charged water, particularly water that has been charged by an entire coven or water that has been charged by the full moon, can be used to bless objects, items, and people. A pentacle can be drawn, or a pentagram can be drawn. It can be done on the forehead, it can be done on the chest, it can be done just on the body. It can just be anointed on the skin in particular sigils, done by a member of the coven or by yourself as a way of blessing a person. Blessing an object can be done in the same way. Charged water, so they're cleansed, and then the charged water is anointed onto the surface. They are then placed in an area to be further charged. So this could be on a crystal. So if it's something small, you can place it on top of a crystal. If you have like a crystal slab, even better. I was so tempted recently to buy a selenite bowl, like a selenite bowl for this purpose, but I really want one in quartz, really bad. So you can place it on top of a crystal, you can place crystals on top of it as a way of charging it in the full moonlight, something like that is how I would do blessings. But ultimately it's going to depend on what the purpose of it is, how it's being done, the tradition it's being done in, the reasoning, all of that is going to be so important. So if anybody has any recommendations for how they do blessing spells, let us know in the chat. But yeah, it's one where it's so unique. It's kind of hard to give like a definitive answer. What was the other half of this? Gaining more power and awakening. For me anyway, this would be grounding, drawing up energy, and having a better connection to the energetic world so we can draw on elements, we can draw on plants and crystals and the earth and all of these things around us. I find that training your energy sensing and grounding, just energy moving and manipulation, is a really, really useful thing. And it's easier around Samhain because everything, especially when we're talking about spirits, is easier to connect with. It makes it easier to draw energy from as well. So this is more though like temporary. So you draw power up for a specific purpose and then you balance things out again. It just makes it easier for that practice. How would you know for sure when the veil is thinner that you're speaking with a loved one from the other side when you try to connect with them? You don't. And this is one of those where you just need to be very discerning, and this is why protections when doing spirit work is really, really important. So there's obviously going to be a few things that would give it away. So if a particular person is expressing things in a way that you just wouldn't expect them to do, that's just an immediate sort of red flag there of, you know, hey, maybe this isn't quite right. If they are referring to people by their full name instead of the nickname that you know that that person would have used, that's sort of a sign to say this might not be who you are engaging with. If they are using language that they would not use in life, that's another one. If they are very vague, not super engaged, they want to communicate, but they're not really answering any questions. So you could simply be asking really, really basic things, and instead they are just trying to deflect conversation onto a different topic, a completely unrelated topic. Then this is more likely a spirit that just wants to have engagement with a living person than somebody that cares about you and wants to commune with you in any other way. There isn't really any surefire way of knowing, but if you know somebody, you're going to know that something is wrong. You know, it's a little bit like, you know, when your friend is having a really bad day. They might not tell you that they're having a really bad day, but little things in how they're behaving show that they are just not in a good place right now. It's kind of the same thing. So be discerning. Make sure that you are not being... How do I describe this? That doesn't sound really, really insensitive, because obviously if people have passed over, you are going to be very wrapped up in it because you're really excited and you want to speak to this person again, but make sure that that doesn't cloud your judgment. Make sure that you are still perceiving the things that are happening rather than sort of saying, oh, well, maybe they're different now, or oh, maybe that is something that they would have said, or oh, that was a bit weird, but it's fine. Pay attention to those things because they're going to be really, really valuable in discerning honesty from not. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? If you could only do one thing to celebrate Samhain or the Sabbats, what is the one thing you would do? Set up my altar. Hands down, if we're talking all Sabbats, it would be setting up my altar, because that is somewhere that allows me to do my workings. That's where I perform all of my workings that last a little bit of time, you know, candle magic on the altar, readings on the altar. Having that altar space is really significant because I don't necessarily get to see the changing of the seasons all the time. I don't necessarily get to feel all of that energy, and so that space is really, really invaluable to me. If we're talking for Samhain though, pumpkins. I have to go and carve a pumpkin. I don't care how small it is. It could be the littlest thing ever. It could be the biggest thing ever. I don't care. I have to carve a pumpkin. I have just this ritual every single year, whether it's a supermarket pumpkin or anything else. It is pumpkin time, and I'm actually going to carve pumpkins. I'm hoping next week. I'm so excited. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Am I going to do a little kitty cat like I did last year? Maybe I should do Cleo. Or I'll do maybe like a pentagram or something. I don't know. I'm so excited though. So that's the thing that I would always do for Samhain, because for me, pumpkins are just so deeply connected with the Samhain season, which is interesting. I'm going to do an entire video on this, I think, because pumpkins aren't even from here. But they've just become so deeply ingrained with the Samhain season that I just have to. I can't resist. Oh, I saw a question here. Does anyone know if Hearth has mentioned what hair dye she uses to get this pretty black colour? I went to the hairdressers because every black that I used on my hair turned blue. Really, really badly blue. I was using semi-permanent dye and it turned it all blue. So I went to the hairdressers and now I feel like Morticia Adams. And it is a vibe. And so that's just how I ended up doing it, because everything was blue. My ears were blue, my neck was blue, my face was blue, my hands was blue, everything was blue. Everything was blue. And I've dyed my hair electric blue, and things weren't ever as blue as when I dyed my hair black. I don't know how that one works. Well, I know that black, like, there's no hair dye that's really black. Everything is just like really, really dark one colour, but everything was blue. And I never want anything to be blue ever again. Right, let's have a look, see. I am somewhere around here. Okay. I pull 2 oracle cards a day from 2 different sets. I noticed the last 2 full moons, the cards have been identical. Any correlation to the moon's energy? I like the Halsey song. That is such a good song, by the way. If you haven't heard that from Halsey, it's incredible. Anyway, back to this. So, if we're pulling the same cards, it's usually because something hasn't changed. So, this applies to everything, by the way. If you are doing just casual Sabbath readings, if you're doing daily readings, if you're doing readings for another person, if you are pulling the same cards, it is usually because there's something in your life that hasn't changed that either needs to be looked at or needs to be addressed. Like something isn't quite right, or something is still coming, or something hasn't changed. And especially when we're dealing with any astrological events, so I'm talking Mercury retrograde, I'm talking Venus retrograde, full moons, new moons. If you are pulling the same cards, say every new moon, then this may well be something that you haven't removed from your life, that you haven't resolved. And so the new moon is coming around to say, okay, you might want to be doing this. Like I would recommend this is something that you look at. If we're talking the full moon, then it could be something that is either in the pipeline to be manifested and brought into your life, whether that's manifestation that you are doing or whether that is just something that is coming up in your life, or it could be something that is limiting the manifestation of things, and that's why it keeps coming up, because that energy is saying, hey, this is something that is blocking what you're dealing with, this is something that needs to be looked at. Or it could be saying, this is something that needs to be manifested, this is something that you need to be doing. It's often something in your life that hasn't changed and needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. Or they can be significant people. If this reading isn't happening around like a full moon or a new moon, it could be something in your life, like a person in your life that is significant, that maybe their story in your life hasn't come to an end. And so you might get the Hierophant over and over and over again. You might get the Empress or the Emperor. You might get the High Priestess over and over and over again. Just so that it's like telling you, if you haven't listened, it's telling you. So, where am I? I am somewhere over here. Oh, I just started reading Psychic Witch after your recommendation. Do you have any favourite exercises from the book? Haha, I have it here. Hang on. Right. So, all of the exercises were really, really good. I don't have my notebook with me. That's the annoying thing, where I go over, what the actual exercise was that I really liked. But there was one in particular that I really, really liked. Let me see if I can find it. Centering's a good one. Which one was it? 51. I'm literally just going through the entire list. Oh, Awakening the Hands. Page 64. Awakening the Hands. Tune in, perform the solar breathing exercise. As you inhale, envision energy spiraling up around you. And on the rapid exhalations, envision the energy spiraling downward around you. With the finger of one hand, draw a spiral on the palm of your other, starting in the center and going outward in a clockwise motion. As you draw on your palm, envision the electric blue light of witch fire being traced where your finger touches. Then gently blow on your palm. Keep repeating this for about a minute or so, and then switch hands to perform it on the other hand for a minute or so. That one I really liked because it gives a physical representation for what it is that you want to be visualizing. This is why I really like this book, because in so much of it, it's like giving you alternative ways of experiencing something that is often only described as a feeling or just do it. Instead, it gives you that physical representation. So as you're drawing this spiral on, you are allowing your visualization to connect to something that is physically happening. You can physically feel it, and it's way easier to get started with visualization if you have something physical that you can be focusing the visualization on. So that one's a really good one. It's just really short and sweet, nothing overly complex with it. Let's have a look-see. There was one about sensing energy. The painting with light is a good one. That's on page 141. Let me just grab that one. Where it's I'm not going to read all of it because it's fucking huge, but it says to paint the air with light is an important component of circle casting that will take it from being a noir experience into being a clairvoyant experience. It's also an important aspect of using the invoking and banishing pentagrams, which we will get onto later. Once you've mastered the ability to paint with light in the air, you can use it for other situations as well, as it's not limited to these uses. You can use it to mark your personal energetic space by writing your name in the 4 directions of the place that you are. You can also use it to draw sigils and glyphs of power within the air to channel its influence. So that's Painting with Light exercise 62. That one I really liked because, again, it gives you the uses of the energy manipulation that you might not know what to do with. It applies them into a sense that is practical and incredibly useful. There was one though, and I can't remember which one it is, but it's the one where you are sensing energy like this. And the reason that I really like that one is because that's how I was taught to sense energy. And so I like the fact that it's still being continued and that people still do it. I can't remember which exercise that was though, and I could be here all day just going through everything. But it's just generally a very good book for that kind of energy work basics. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I? I am... How does one get a spirit guide? Are there any books on it? I don't know of any books on it personally. Generally, spirit guides come forward to you when you are in a position to receive their information and when you are in a position to hear what they have to say. So not only hear it, but also be able to put it into active practice. And so I typically find that for spirit guides, meditation and noting down your dreams are invaluable because that's typically how they are going to come through to you easiest. And these are the things that are more acceptable to the average person. They're more accessible to the average person. And so I find that people have an easier time doing them than doing complex rituals and the like. You also have the difficulty if you are summoning spirits to be guides that you don't necessarily know who you're getting. Whereas if guides are coming through to you, it's a little bit easier to screen them. Generally, they will come through to you when you need them most. You likely have lived your entire life with spirit guides and just not known that they were there. And then it's a case of doing meditations, reaching out, see if anything reaches back to you again once you have your protections up, because your guides are going to be in your energy. So they're not necessarily going to be limited by the protections that might keep out unwanted or malicious spirits. And then the same with dreams. When you wake up in the morning, note down your dreams. You can ask before you go to sleep that they come through to you in dreams and give you information, give you a sign that they're there. And then in the morning when you write down your dreams, you might notice patterns in your dreams that are going to be significant that you might want to look into and find more information that way. Right. I am somewhere here. Oh, how are you? Sorry, that was so loud. How are you doing with your random book reading? Will you be doing more short videos about this? Definitely. Yeah. So I have filmed another 2-3 videos that I'm sort of not posting yet because I'm not even close to finishing the books. But I have 3 books that I'm currently in the process of reading my way through for these short videos. Basically, if you aren't aware, on YouTube Shorts and on Instagram, and I think maybe TikTok, I can't remember if I posted one on TikTok, I have been randomly picking a book out of my to-be-read pile, which is over 300 books long. It's bad, okay? It's really bad. And I've been randomly reading it and then giving a short review, and then I give a full review on Patreon. And I started it before I got Cleo, so I was able to read fairly quickly. And now I am reading fairly slowly. And so I am still planning on continuing them. It's just one of those where it's taking me a little while. So I have 3 books at the minute. I have one on dream magic, one of Corinne Boyer's books, and then one on the history of witchcraft. And it's the one on the history of witchcraft that's slowing me down the most because it has the tiniest text. It is actually ridiculous. And it is just so long. So that's kind of slowing me down. But hopefully when those are done, I can start posting more shorts again. Okay. I love witchcraft, but I struggle with OCD and don't want my practice to feed into it. Any tips on separating the two? I can only speak from my experience, and I feel the need to say this every time, just because I have legitimately had some people, when I've mentioned OCD, say, you don't have OCD, I have OCD, and I'd be able to tell if you had OCD. And I don't even know how to reply in that situation, because it's like, I don't know what to tell you. I have a formal diagnosis for OCD, okay? So I want to emphasize this isn't me just saying, oh, I like to organize my bookshelf. This is me like genuinely with it, okay? I find that the biggest difference between OCD and daily ritual, something that I need to be doing for spells and rituals, is that if it's my OCD, I literally cannot relax until I have done that compulsion. So for me, for a large amount of time, I wouldn't show my hands in videos because my hands would be very orange because I was hand washing all of the time. And so for me, when I had the compulsion to hand wash, anybody could do anything. A dancing clown could walk in, somebody could give me some kittens to pet. It wouldn't make a difference. The only thing that I could do at that time to get rid of the compulsion was to do the compulsion, right? Whereas if it's something that is like a daily practice and it's something that I might be doing on a daily basis, it's something where I can, if I need to, say, I'm really sorry, I can't do this tonight. I'm able to do this tomorrow night instead, to my guides, to my servitors, to my deities, and I'm able to switch it around. I know for myself that when it is encroaching on becoming an OCD compulsion, the ability to pause and to take a break from doing it disappears. So it becomes, I have to do this 4 times in a row. And if I don't do it 4 times in a row, I can't sleep. I then have this mental check-in where I go, oh, hang on a minute. That sounds a lot more like OCD than it does sound like ritual. Therefore, if you ask your deity, if you're able to do this 3 times tonight instead of 4 times tonight, you can then just do it 3 times tonight and go to bed. And if I feel like I can't do it 3 times, I have to do it 4 times, even though I've asked, then that means it's more of an OCD compulsion than it is a ritual thing. And that's something that I need to deal with in the way that I will process and deal with my OCD based off my own experiences going to therapy and seeking help for it and the like. Everybody with their OCD is going to be so unique and so different. So whichever way OCD presents for you and however the compulsions manifest and how they feel, your witchcraft should not feel like that. And if it does feel like that, then it's worth kind of taking a step back and maybe trying a different technique that doesn't have the repetition that I personally find comes with my OCD. So, for instance, if I can tell my OCD is creeping in with my deity work or with my servitors or with my spirit work, I have to keep that in check. So I always am monitoring, am I doing this because it is something that I have agreed upon? Am I doing this because I need to do it for a particular working? Or am I doing this because I feel that urge creeping in to have that compulsion? And at that point, I will then take a step back and I will ask, kind of, is there a different way that I can do this? Can I find a different technique? And I will switch to something different. That is just what works for me. I have spent a lot of time dealing with my OCD though, so generally if you didn't know me and I hadn't told you that I had OCD, you 9 times out of 10 probably wouldn't notice, but everybody's in a different place on their journey. And so generally my advice for people who are really struggling with their OCD is to not include repetition in your witchcraft. In your witchcraft, in your spirituality, try not to include repetition, because I often find that that's where my OCD starts creeping in. So saying things a certain number of times, just say it once. That's fine. You don't need to be using like certain numbers. You don't need to be repeating things. You can just say it once and that's totally fine. Doing things for a certain number of days. Maybe just raise a lot of energy and do that working once instead of doing something for 7 days in a row. Because you might find over the duration of those 7 days, if your OCD was anything like mine, it would move slowly onto the thing that I was doing. Because I was repeating it, my OCD was able to latch onto it easier. And so I would then find that if I was doing the same thing repeatedly, I would then continue it after that 7 days, because I'd sort of developed this compulsion where I felt that if I stopped, then the working would not work anymore. Or like if I kept going, it was almost like that rationalization. Oh, I'm continuing to do this because if I continue to do it, then the working will be stronger. But deep down in the back of my head, I knew that I was doing it because it was becoming a compulsion to do it. So generally, I advise avoid I advise to avoid repetition is what I'm trying to say, and make sure that you keep mental tabs on yourself to make sure that if it starts getting to that point, you're able to put the things in effect that you know work for you to limit how that feels for you and how strongly your OCD to it can attach onto it. Right. Do you know Arthur Findlay College? Do you recommend it? I have no idea what that is. Let's have a look together. What is this? Ooh, I have never heard of this. Let's have a look. I'm curious. Arthur Findlay College, Stansted Hall, was gifted to the Spiritualists National Union by J. Arthur Findlay, MBE, JP, a former honorary president of the Union, and in accordance with his wishes is administered by the Union as a college for the advancement of psychic science. Mr. Findlay bought the estate in 1923 upon his retirement from business and first mooted the idea of a spiritualist college at Stansted to the Union in 1945. So it's all about the spiritualist movement as a residential centre where students can study spiritualist psychology and religious practice, spiritualist healing and awareness, spiritual and psychic unfolding, and kindred disciplines. Courses, lectures, and demonstrations are all offered by leading exponents, together with the additional features of a library, museum, lake, magnificent grounds, recreational facilities, and a full boarded accommodation. Okay, so it seems like it is a kind of like a boarding school for spiritualist practices. Got to say, I don't know much about it myself, and what I will say is it's not something that I feel like you really need. It's one of those, I'm just going to turn my heater off, that's why I'm like shuffling myself over here. I don't think that anybody really needs anything like this. It's more something that if you feel particularly drawn to spiritualism, you might want to go there yourself. I don't know. I always get a little, okay, right. I'm going to emphasize here. I am not saying that this place is bad. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But what I will say is environments where you are closed in with like-minded people and you don't have access necessarily on a regular basis to external beliefs and people and places, sometimes, I'm trying to be really, really careful here, sometimes that can lead to dangerous ideology, it can lead to a lot of echo chamber mindset, and it can lead to rather extreme beliefs. That's not me saying that that's what this place is, but anywhere that has this kind of everybody's boarding, everybody's learning together, this is something we do all day, every day, has the potential for extremes to start coming into play, and that's something that you just need to be really mindful of. With everything like this, spirituality, religion, everything, it's important to bear in mind that there are vulnerable people, and there are also people who want to take advantage of vulnerable people. That doesn't mean that anything as a whole is bad, it's more to just be careful. So make sure that you do your research, make sure that you fully dive into something like this if that is something you want to be involved in, and know that you should always be able to say no, you should always be able to leave, you should always be able to contact family and friends. I feel like I'm telling you all the things that you should know about cult-like behavior, but I just kind of want to emphasize it because, yeah, I just want everybody to just be safe, please, and just make sure if you're going to be going to any sort of organized gathering that you know what you're getting into, rather than like jumping in and then thinking about it second. Okay, let's have a look, see, where am I? Okay, when I'm grounding and working with earth energy while in a bigger apartment building, am I still using earth energy, or do I risk draining energy from the people living in the flats below? You don't really risk that. You can ground on an aeroplane. You can ground at the top of a giant skyscraper. It is you directing energy into the earth. Now, of course, you can pick people or draw energy from the walls. That's what I do. I like going through walls. I like electricity personally. But if you're doing your general grounding, gathering the energy together, sending those roots down, your aim is for the earth. And that's kind of your goal in this. And that's why you can ground in a plane. It doesn't necessarily have to be something where you have to be standing on the earth. Unless you are aiming for people, you're going to be able to notice the change in energy if you are getting it from people anyway. You're probably not going to be at any risk of doing that. Right. Hello, have you also had some trouble finding Ogham trees? They're all at home. I have to drive sometimes, so how can I build a relationship with them from a distance? They're all native to my country. So with the Ogham, there's kind of a twofold way of doing this. So typically, and this is where finding reliable sources is very, very important. Traditionally, Ogham staves were made by a practitioner who had connected with each of the trees as part of the Ogham. And so each stave would be taken from the wood or the plant that it represents. So one way of doing it is when you've started building a connection with a particular tree, for instance, or a type of tree, you would ask if you can take a small part of that tree with you so that you can still connect with them when you're far away. So this could be a piece of bark, a piece of fallen wood, a piece of wood that you have been given permission to take. This could be leaves. This could also be the seeds of that plant that you can then draw on. So for instance, acorns with an oak tree, things like that. And you can then take it with you that way. And so you can develop a relationship by building a set of Ogham staves, if that's what you feel so inclined to do. Or you can build a set of Ogham staves once you've already got very, very deep-rooted connections with all of these different trees. And Ogham in general, because some of the Ogham are not trees and it gets kind of confusing. But so you can do it kind of one way or the other. You can also take these things that have fallen from the ground and work with them just like you do any other plant, keeping it under your pillow at night, see what comes through in dreams, holding on to them during meditation and trance, see what comes through that way, divination with them, see what comes through. You can get Ogham decks, and these are card decks that represent the Ogham trees. I think, I'm gonna double check. Oh, I'll plug myself in the process if I need to, because I never do that. I think I have a deck on my website that is for this. I will just double check though, make sure that I haven't already sold that. But you can get decks that are designed to work with the different trees, and they will have the Ogham symbols on them, so that you can connect with them. They're often created by people who have connections with the Ogham, and so you are almost able to work with it that way. Oh, it's called the Wisdom of the Trees Oracle. It isn't necessarily Ogham. The one that I was thinking of is separate. But you can find decks that have these tree symbolism that you can then connect to that way. My preferred technique, though, is getting a small part of that plant, that tree, and working with them that way. This could be from an individual tree. This could also be sustainable supplies. So for instance, you can get willow bark and you can get oak bark through reputable suppliers. I like going through Sons of Asgard. I will check what they actually have. They also do like the oils. I love using the oils. I use them all the time for working with the Ogham and working with that energy in spells and rituals. So if I just type in tree, let me just double check. Yeah, they do the different sprays, the oils, the incenses, and they do applewood chips. I love the applewood chips and apple blossom. So you can get the plants from sustainable and reputable suppliers like that, or you can gather it yourself with permission from the plant, and then you can have like little vials of each of them, Bring them out under the pillow, work with them during sleep, hold them during meditation and trance, divination, see what comes through to you, draw the energy into yourself, see if you can get that connection to them that way. And slowly it will build up over time, even if you are separated from the tree itself. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I? I now have so many tabs open. What are your thoughts on atheist witches? I saw some people seeing working with spirits or deities as mandatory to be a real witch. It isn't. But I'm not sure about that. It's not at all. You can choose to work with deities, but witchcraft is secular. Witchcraft has no pre-designed religious teaching. You can add a religious aspect to it. So you might work with Christianity, so you might be a Christian witch, or you might be Wiccan and work with the Wiccan deities and the Wiccan tradition. You might consider yourself a general pagan. You might have very specific deities that you work with. You might have none at all. There are many, many witches out there that do not work with spirits and do not work with deities, and they still have a highly successful magical practice. Witchcraft as a whole is just generally... it's adaptable to the belief systems and the religious beliefs of the person that practices it. And this is why we see witchcraft changing so much throughout time. So I know I mention this in every single live stream. It's probably getting very, very boring at this point. But witchcraft today is often seen as being pagan. If you're a witch, you are pre-assumed to be a pagan or to be a Wiccan. But if you go back 300, 400 years, you're looking at witches and wise folk peddlers being Christian, and they would be using Christian terminology in their spells and rituals because witchcraft will prioritize the religion of the masses at that given time, especially during periods of history where if you did not follow that primary religion, you were often persecuted and sometimes worse. Because you were not following that religion, we will see the violent swinging backwards and forwards between Catholicism and Protestant. We see this going back hundreds of years in the UK, this violent swinging back and forth, and the magical practices will adapt to that. We see folk magic being used by many practitioners of the Catholic faith. We see folk magic being used by many people of many different religious beliefs, and that's why witchcraft, in my eyes, is in itself secular, because it basically overlays onto the religion or beliefs of the person who is using it. Some people use witchcraft as self-help. Some people use witchcraft as therapy, as this kind of shadow work aspect, and they don't perceive witchcraft as being magical or spiritual in any way, shape, or form. Some people will perform spells and rituals and work with energy, but they don't believe in spirits and they don't believe in deities. Some people will not work with spirits at all because it's against their belief system, but instead they will work with deities. Other people will be the opposite way around. They will happily work with spirits, but they will not work with deities. And then you have some that work with all of the above. And it really depends on your individual belief system. So I think you can definitely be an atheist witch. There are many people who form part of Satanism and some of the atheistic Satanism traditions who also practice witchcraft. It just depends on what an individual feels most comfortable with. Right. Let me have a look, see where am I? I am... How would you know that it's a spirit guide communicating with you and not a spirit pretending to be one? So, spirit guides will often come and go in your life. They will be present when you need them and then they will leave when you no longer. Nanny McPhee, basically. Mary Poppins, you know the vibe. And so you will often find them come and go as you need them and as you don't. The one thing a spirit guide will always be, though, is aiming towards your best interests. So spirit guides are not going to be one set thing. Sometimes spirit guides might come through as animals. Sometimes it might be ancestors. Sometimes it might just be a spirit that wants to guide you. For some people, they might be angels. There's so many different varieties of spirit guides, but they will always have your best intentions at heart. And sometimes what they're saying might not feel good at a time, but in the future, you might look back and be like, oh yeah, that was something that I actually really, really needed to do. What spirit guides won't do, though, at least in my experience, is they will not put you in physically and psychologically dangerous conditions for you to reach your best self, right? So while things might feel a little bit uncomfortable, you know, hey, I think you should start doing public speaking. This is going to really benefit your career in the future. It's going to be difficult to start off with, but it's going to feel better in the long run. That's comfortable discomfort, right? It is a reasonable level of discomfort to expect in order to make progress. If you have a spirit guide that is keeping you awake at night, causing you to have nightmares, saying things that are making you deeply uncomfortable, you've asked them to stop and they continue to do it anyway. If they are telling you to do things that you would not normally do, if they are telling you to do things that are potentially dangerous, quit your job, move across the country, cut off all your friends, separate yourself from everything in your life. You have to do things my way or things are going to go wrong. Threats, blackmail. This is when that warning sign should be, okay, a spirit guide is not going to want me to do this, because there is a reasonable level of comfortable discomfort, and then there is, don't tell your family that you're planning on doing this. They're going to try and take everything off you. This sort of fear-mongering that can come from spirits who are feeding off negative emotions, negative energies. And so it's really important to bear in mind that you can say no to a spirit guide. They can say, hey, I think public speaking would be really beneficial for you. And you might say, I don't feel comfortable doing that. And they will go, okay, that's fine. How about we find a different way of getting you where you need to be? If they are saying, you know, you do this or these terrible things are going to happen, not a spirit guide. Because they're never gonna, in my experience, they're never going to put you in a position like that. Righty-ho. Where am I? I am somewhere here. Let's go with here. After studying for a while, I feel comfortable and I would like to cast my first spell. Is it a good idea to do so on Samhain? So, it entirely depends on how comfortable you feel with dealing with spirit encounters. So Samhain is often considered the witch's new year in the wheel of the year. A lot of people will consider it like the biggest celebration of the year. And so it's one of those festivals where people may have initiations. The most popular for initiations is Imbolg, but some people will also do them on Samhain. It's a very popular time for large gatherings. But big but, there is also the heightened spirit activity that is going to make things feel very lively, energetically. It's very high energy. And you may well have spirit engagement that you wouldn't normally be seeking out. And this is where I just want to say, this is not me saying don't, that's me saying just be aware. So when you raise energy on Samhain, it's going to feel like a lot. Very, very high, quite floaty off. I really enjoy the feeling, but some people maybe won't. You can temper this by holding a piece of hematite or a piece of rock from where you live, if you don't have access to something like hematite, just to keep you down so that you don't start floating. Same thing happens at Beltane. It's not just exclusive to Samhain, it can happen at Beltane too. And ideally with protections. So I would actually say if you really want to do your first spell at Samhain, have it be a protection working. It can be any number of different workings, whichever one you feel most drawn to, whatever you feel most connected to. But protection workings are going to be really good because it's going to limit the potential interaction that you have with spirits. It's really good practice. If it goes wrong, it probably isn't going to go wrong. It's probably just not going to work. So it's not the end of the world if something does happen. And it gives you some experience dealing with the floating off energy around Samhain. Protection style workings are probably what I would recommend the most for a beginner at Samhain, just because it kind of gives you that experience without too much of the concern. Right. Let's have a look-see. I am somewhere here. Yeah? How do I get rid of the imposter syndrome feeling? I suppose my initial question is, what aspects of this do you have the imposter syndrome with? Because that's then going to massively improve things going forwards if you can figure out kind of the specific aspect. If you're still on and you feel like you're comfortable sharing that, do let me know in the chat. But obviously, if not, totally fine. I'll just run over some like vague examples that might be sort of beneficial. I find that the most imposter syndrome in the people I talk to, now obviously that is not everybody, that's just the people that I talk to, is that their witchcraft doesn't look like the witchcraft that they see other people practicing. That's like the one that I get the most, is I feel like my witchcraft isn't good enough because it doesn't look like their witchcraft. And the biggest piece of advice I can give for getting rid of that level of imposter syndrome is nobody's practice really looks that perfect if you see behind the camera. So whilst it might look absolutely incredible in videos, if you're actually looking at the things just out of frame or the things just behind that practitioner, there's probably candle wax somewhere. There's probably a knocked over tub of, what are they called? I was just about to call them chopsticks. Tiny chopsticks. What are they called? Cocktail sticks. My brain today is not working. You're probably going to find a knocked over tub of, I nearly said it again, cocktail sticks. You're probably going to find a jar of herbs with the lid off it, or an oil that is overly sticky on the outside, or this used matches and tea lights wedged up a corner. Like, the practice that you see on social media is 9 times out of 10 not going to be the reality of somebody's practice. It is the curated, perfected, filtered, edited version that they want to share with people because it's beautiful and it's aesthetic. And so if the imposter syndrome is because of the way other people's practice looks, I can guarantee you it doesn't really look like that. A little bit like how don't compare yourself to Instagram models because even Instagram models don't look like that. That kind of a mentality. If the imposter, oh, here we go. It's the feeling like I'm just me and I would like to call myself a witch, but I feel like I'm playing pretend and I hate that because I really feel like this is my calling. Oh, okay. So in this instance then, it's very much about acknowledging and just being aware everybody feels like this. And if they don't feel like this at any point in their magical practice, then they have to be the most like self-absorbed people imaginable. I think everybody, I certainly did, I wouldn't call myself a witch for so many years because all of the people that were in my life who were practicing witchcraft were like high priestesses of covens and had been practicing for like 40, 50 years by the time I even started learning from them. And I'd look at all of these people and I'd be like, I'm not like that. We are not the same. And so I wouldn't call myself a witch. I would basically just say like, oh, I'm learning witchcraft, and that would be it. And it took a really long time to get to that point where I felt like, I mean, I'll be honest, I still struggle talking to practitioners who are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, who've been in the craft for 60 years, because I feel like an imposter and I've been doing it for 20 years and I still feel like an imposter. I think the reality of it is that at some point there has to just be this moment where we go, okay, well, I feel like this is my calling and I feel like this is what I am. And so even if nobody else has to know, I'm going to start calling myself that. And then you start referring to yourself as that just within your own life. Like, oh, I'm a witch. That's who I am. And then you might start feeling when you're meeting somebody who's also interested in something similar, it's about then being like, okay, well, if I say to them that I'm a witch and in 2 years' time, I figure out it's not my calling, that's not the end of the world. You know, it's a bit like if I said to somebody, oh, I'm an author, or I like writing books. And in 2 years' time, if I have never written another book, I can just say, okay, well, I'm not an author anymore. I'm not a writer anymore. it is something that can change and flex, you know, just like how I can be a hearth witch today and in 4 years' time I might be an elemental witch again, or I might go back to being a sea witch. It's about giving yourself the grace, I think, to say that even if you don't know that this is going to be forever, and even if you don't know, if you feel like it's your calling at this given moment in time, you are allowed to call yourself a witch. It is not on anybody else to tell you whether you should or shouldn't. It's not on anybody else to look down on you because you haven't been practicing for as long as they have. And even though I still get dead uncomfortable talking to very much elder practitioners in the craft, as soon as they're like, oh, are you a witch? I'm like, yeah. Immediately they open up to me. They don't say to me, oh, you're not as much of a witch as I am because I've been doing this for 60 years. You're a youngster. Instead, they just want to engage with you because they're just happy to engage and talk and have a conversation with somebody who is also as passionate and invested in something as they are. I find that the imposter syndrome very much comes from in here more than it does outside. So if I have to be the one to give you permission to call yourself a witch, I will do that. But really, anybody who practices and is passionate about the craft has the right to call themselves a witch without having to feel bad about it. Even if in 5 years' time you've not practiced, doesn't make a difference. At this point in time, you are allowed to call yourself a witch. And that's kind of hard. Like, I'm just reading a few comments here, by the way. I can go through slumps where I don't do anything for months, and one day I listen to a video like Hearths and I realize I know way more than I give myself credit for. This feels right. I am a witch. Exactly that. Like, you are always going to be less experienced and more experienced than somebody else, and your level of experience does not change your connection to the craft, and it does not change your right to be a part of this community. I still feel like an imposter sometimes, and I've been doing it for 2 decades, and I'm sure that there are many people who've been doing it for 4 decades or 6 decades who also sometimes feel like imposters. It happens. And it will get better. It's all I can say. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but it will. It will get better. One day you'll just wake up and realize that you don't feel uncomfortable referring to yourself as a witch anymore. And then you won't even think anything of it again. Oh yeah, actually that's a good point, Al. Like, allow yourself to take breaks too. It is overwhelming. Yeah. And that's the thing when it comes to like daily practice as well. I get a lot of people sending me like messages being like, oh, I don't practice daily, am I still a witch? Well, if you still perceive the world through a magical lens and you are still sensing energy, you're still working with the little things that you're working with when you need to work with them, then as far as I'm concerned, the term armchair magician, this does my head in. The term armchair magician gets thrown around a lot among the magical community, in the sense of if you don't actively practice all of the time, then you are not a real magical practitioner, you are an armchair magician. But it is important to remember, you don't need a daily practice, you don't need a weekly practice, you don't need a monthly practice. If you practice witchcraft when you need to practice witchcraft, and you view the world through a magical lens, you are still a witch, even if you don't practice for 6 months, and then you pop back up and you do like 12 workings in 4 days. You know, that works too. Where am I? I am somewhere around here. Do spirit guides appreciate an altar or offerings? I have mixed thoughts on this. So, generally speaking, spirit guides don't need any kind of altar space. They don't need any sort of physical thanks. You can choose to give them physical thanks, and you can choose to give them an altar space if you would like to. Usually, though, they're there because they want to be there. They're there because they want to help you. And anything else that they get out of that is simply a benefit and a positive. It isn't something that they need. And so this actually maybe kind of ties in with the, is it a spirit guide or is it an imposter? If you have a spirit guide coming through that is demanding crazy offerings, a large altar space, lots and lots and lots of praise, then it's potentially something to consider, because for the most part spirit guides are around and people have no idea that they're even there or that they're helping at all. If I have my birth time, what things could I use that for in astrology? So for the most part, if you have your birth time and your birthplace, then you are able to get an accurate natal chart. So natal charts very heavily rely on your time of birth. It's really important. The natal chart essentially maps out every placement of every significant astrological body at the moment of your birth. So down to the minute in the exact location where you were born. And this gives you a lot of information about the things that might play out in your life, your love life, your finances, your job, your home, your communication style, all of this stuff. But it heavily relies on that time of birth and location, because that's what really tunes it in to being specifically your natal chart. If you don't have it, you can go to an astrologer. A good astrologer. I don't mean an AI generated astrologer. I mean like a legitimate, highly trained astrologer, and they can adjust your natal chart. So if you don't know your exact time, but you sort of have a vague idea, they can map out your chart as you know it at that given moment. And then based on the experiences you've had in your life, and the things that have happened, they're able to shift and adjust your natal chart to essentially backtrack to the time of your birth based off your experiences. But it's way easier if you have your time of birth, just because then it's easier to just immediately track the information in your life instead of having to just sort of vaguely shuffle things around and figure it out. So that way you can find a lot of information about what has already happened, what is likely to happen, the timeline for things in your life all come from your natal chart. It's really, really interesting if you can have access to your time and location of birth. And so if you are witchy inclined, I would suggest, if you have children, to keep track of the exact time to the minute, if possible. Have your birthing partner, have whoever is in the room with you do that, if that is something you would like to know in the future. If you would like to give that information to your child or something when they're old enough. Just something to bear in mind. Like, my mum was really good. She got the birth time for me, like, spot on, which massively helps. Right. Here we go. In another Q&A, you said that you don't need to feel energy to be able to work, that you can work around it, and that there's other stuff you could do to be effective. Could you share what you meant? Yeah, of course. So sensing energy is really, really important. It's really useful, but it's something that builds with time. And so what a lot of people will do if they struggle to work with their own energy is that they will utilize things that already have energy in that working. So if you are not able to raise energy, center, ground, do all the things that you would normally do to bring energy into that environment, you would instead use things that already have energy. And this is often done through quite destructive means, I suppose. So if you can't work with your own energy, you would be using a candle, writing your intention on the side of that candle, and allowing the flame to be the energy source for that working. So you have used your intention to write down the side of the candle. You are thinking of your goals as you are burning that candle, but it is the actual flame that is the spark in that working that is giving it energy. If you have a fire pit or a bonfire, you can throw herbs onto that fire for particular intentions that will influence the energy of that space. So this could be the people in that space, this could be the location. And so by doing that, you are then magnifying that energy with the fire, and that is acting as the energizer. Petitions. Write a petition. Think of your intention as you're writing it. Burn it in fire during a particular phase of the moon. Full moons, new moons, waxing, waning. To utilize the energy of a location at a given time to transform that. If you want something to be reduced down, put a petition with what you want to reduce in a bottle of water and allow it to dissolve into that water. You can even shake it up using physical, like kinetic energy as a way of influencing the outcome. You can bury things in the earth with a potted plant if it's something you want to grow and flourish. The more you engage with the plant, the more that something will flourish. It's a way of utilizing the energy of the natural world to manifest our spells and our rituals without us actually ever having to engage with the energy through ourselves. So you just sort of bypass it. There is no energy sensing happening. There is no energy manipulation happening at all because it's not going through you. You are instead, you are putting your intention into something that in itself has energy, and you are allowing it to do it that way, if that makes sense. So, but if you're not able to feel energy, how do you know you're directing it? You don't need to direct it, because you don't need to be working with your own energy. Now, that's not me saying that you shouldn't learn to manipulate energy or sense energy, because it is incredibly useful, and eventually, for most people, it does click, even if it's something that they weren't expecting to be able to sense energy with. All of a sudden, it just sort of clicks. So it's incredibly useful to be able to sense energy and to manipulate energy, but there are definitely ways of working around it. Leaving out water during the full moon, you don't have to be doing anything with that energy. Instead, that energy simply is. And so that way you can add the full moon energy into a working that you want to manifest by charging full moon water and then adding it into that other working. You're not adding any energy into that. You're not manipulating energy. It is being added in through other means. But obviously, as time goes on, for more complicated workings, it is easier to do the energy manipulation because it allows you to attach your own energy into a working, and it also allows you to link a working to somebody else, which does make it a lot easier. A lot of the workings that don't include energy manipulation in any way, shape or form generally work on a space, or they require a tag lock, so a physical object that represents a person, a photograph, a name, a signature, hair, piece of clothing, something that represents them. If they aren't present and you don't have access to a tag lock, then it's a little bit more difficult without doing the energy manipulation. But I'm hoping that at least gives sort of some ideas of the way that you can do things. It's maybe not, it's not the strongest way of doing things, but it's an alternative way of doing things. Bum bum. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. Right. Where am I in here? I am somewhere in here. I keep dropping everything on the floor today. I just dropped my fidget comb. Oh no, come back. I want to keep fidgeting with it. Right, here we go. I'm here somewhere. My dad died in the house, and my mum cleaned the house with tags that were in my grandfather's undershirts. The grandfather is on my mum's side. How do I cleanse my home without removing the spirits? Oh, okay, so cleansing the home without doing spirits is... How do I best describe this? It can be done in a few different ways, and it entirely depends on how comfortable you feel doing any of these things, right? So first way of doing it is to use a cleanser. I just dropped my damn comb again. I'm just going to leave it this time. Is to use a technique that doesn't cleanse away spirits. So we're talking a very gentle cleanse. We're talking about a little bit of more of an energy disruptant than like a full removal. So a little bit of salt sprinkled around a space, a floor wash, washing down surfaces is not really going to disrupt any long-standing spirit or high energy spirit in that area. It's more designed to cleanse and disrupt energy. So you can do a very gentle cleanse. So that's not using any sort of intensive cleansing incense. That's not using any herbs that are designed to remove all spirits and energies. Instead, we're just talking like a little bit of a floor wash, that kind of stuff. You can, and this is the way I do it, ask them to leave a particular room before you start cleansing it. So you could just say, I am about to start cleansing this room. Are you able to go into a different space while I do this? Because I would like you to remain here. And I will give you a sign when it's safe to come back in again. And I typically knock. So when it's safe to come back in, I give some knocks on a piece of wood. in the home, and then that is the sign that it is a safe space to now come back into, because the energy has been lifted up, it has been pushed out, and then the protections are back up again and everything is now back to normal, so those spirits can then come back into the space again. The perhaps more complicated technique, but maybe more surefire technique, is to either ask the spirits to enter into a vessel, a box, a bag, a piece of furniture, a mirror, something, and then have that be outside of the home so that you can then cleanse that home in its entirety, and then you can bring that object back in and allow the spirits back out again. This one, though, is more for my heavy spirit workers who have a large number of spirits. You may also want to, if necessary, kind of draw them into that object temporarily to keep them safe, to then release them afterwards. Though I personally wouldn't do this unless you really have stubborn spirits who don't want to move. For the most part, you can simply ask them to be in a different area of that home and cleanse area by area, so that you aren't doing it all in one go and giving them nowhere to be at any given point. Right. I am somewhere. Ooh, okay. So this one is an interesting one, and the answer to this that I have at the minute is no. So any book recommendations about spirit work, not in a ceremonial, ritualistic way, but in a folk witch way, to start workings with them and building spirit relationships. So you can find a lot about this in certain folk magic books. So I will double check. Let me double check. Let me see if I can find the book that I'm after. This one. I will even grab both copies just in case. So I'm gonna check this one, because this is my favourite. It's so good. I bought it twice, completely by accident. So let me just have a look see in here. I actually need to reread this again. Oh, maybe I should. Here we go. So in this book, this is Folk Witchcraft by Roger J. Horn. Absolutely love it. One of my favourite books. There is an entire chapter on I just closed it. The familiar spirit. You can't even see that. There you go. Page 83 in this one. This one might be different. This is a newer edition. And in here, there is a small section at the start about beginning spirit work. And so what you'll often find, so this is beginning spirit work, dreams, visions, and the Black Book. What else do we have in here? I love this book. If you've never read it, read it. And you want to practice folk magic, traditional witchcraft, this is such a good book. I love it. I need every edition of it. Other varieties of familiar spirits. What else do we have? Abjurations and banishings. We have the language of spirits. What else have we got in here? Sigils and incantory formulae. Fetishes and vessels. So this conjuring spirits, this is an entire chapter just on spirit work in this form of folk magic. So you will often find sections in other folk magic books like Folk Witchcraft by Roger J. Horn. You will find like little bits and pieces, but as far as I know, I've not seen a spirit magic book solely on spirit magic that is based in traditional or folk witchcraft. I know that some people are going to talk about a particular book about spirit work that is consorting with spirits, but that book is heavily ceremonial and isn't necessarily ideal for somebody wanting more folk magic type practice. But lots of books on traditional witchcraft will have aspects of spirit work in them, whether they are working with specific spirits and you can adapt it, whether it's working with specific types of spirits that you can adapt, or whether it's like this one in this folk witchcraft book, where it talks about just general spirit work. They're usually in and amongst other things. But if anybody has any recommendations, let me know and I will add them into my collection, because I'm always after more traditional witchcraft books and folk magic books. Always. So, I'm already really good at calming the mind and staying focused during spell work. Do I need to do meditation, or what else can I work on? I want to dive into spirit work and spirit relationships. So if you're already good at meditation, for the most part, well, mind calming, if you're already pretty good at it and you don't necessarily feel like you need to go into meditation right now, then you don't. You might want to look into other means of communing with spirits. So working on your divination techniques, working on scrying, working on dream recall, and perhaps even working with astral projection as a way of enhancing your ability to connect with spirits and take it a step further. Right, what have we got here? I'm going to Glastonbury for a couple of days. Have you been to the pub, the George and Pilgrim? Please don't forget to get a pet plan. Oh, I've already got a pet plan for Cleo. I have never been into the George and Pilgrim myself. However, I do know that it is one of the oldest pubs in the UK and it is incredibly haunted. I really, really want to go in. I walk past it every time I go up Glastonbury High Street. Every single time. And I have never been in. That, I need to cut my fringe again so bad. Why is this pitch so long? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Sorry. I've never been in. I walk past it every single time. I know of people who've stayed there and really enjoyed staying there. And I've heard of people having their own encounters there. One day I need to go. One day. It's very, very popular. It's so busy inside as well. And they have live music playing in the evenings. I need to go. But I have never been. So maybe one day. Is a key necessary for connecting with Hecate? Now, I don't work with Hecate. And I don't know that much about working with Hecate. But from my experience working with other deities, I often find that there are not many things that are absolutely essential, and that usually there are ways of working with them that don't involve having like a set number of items. So just instinctively I'm going to go no, because I don't know of that many deities that very, very strictly require a set object. No, it's not necessary from a follower of Hecate. There we go, perfect. Most of the time, when it comes with working with deities, there will be workarounds, things that you can do, kind of figuring out your path in relation to them. And also, if you need keys, a lot of people will have house keys, you can get decorative keys and the like, so it's something that you can definitely add in as you develop your practice. It's not necessarily something that you need to get started. Right. There we go. I work with her. She comes to you in your level with what you have in my experience. Absolutely fantastic. Right, let's have a look, see. How can I develop my spirit work? Like, I have a few spirits I'm interested in. How do I start working with them, feeling them, learn from them, and use them in my practice? So I suppose the first thing that I can say in this is I'm going to use the word never, and I very rarely use the word never, but I think it's important when it comes to spirit work. In my opinion, never approach a spirit that you want a longer term relationship with, thinking about the way that you can use them, because they usually don't like that. Short-term engagement with spirits, where it's like, this is what I want, this is what I can offer you, I have no interest in developing a relationship past this, that's one thing. But if you're after like long-term connections with spirits, then I would say approach it from the perspective of, I would like to engage with you, I would like to learn, and I would like to connect with you, and then anything that you can get to use them for or get off them is an added bonus that may or may not happen. Then it's about doing research on the individual spirits, their folklore, their tradition, the way that they often come through to people, where they reside, the tradition that surrounds them, and then see how you can call upon them based on that system that you have learned. So some spirits are going to be different than others. A few examples. If I wanted to work with salamanders, fire elementals, then I would need to be connecting with fire and working with fire in some way, calling upon them whilst using fire, honouring them with fire. If I wanted to work with the water spirits or nature spirits that reside in water, then it would be about respecting the natural place, spending time around water, and trying to build a connection with them that way. Different spirits are going to require different things, so some spirits will require certain offerings, some spirits will require you to be in certain locations, and I often find that when you're doing the research for it, you will often just stumble across places that you can think that they might be easier to connect within, places where you might feel closer to them, that you can then sit, be present, ask them if they are present, ask them to engage with you, and start building a relationship that way, as well as developing your abilities like divination, like dream work, like scrying, where you might gain information about them and communicate with them through those means, and then develop it from there. But ultimately it depends on the individual spirit. I am not particularly familiar with the names of either of these spirits, but I'm just gonna let me just copy and paste if it will let me copy. It's not gonna let me. That definitely isn't spelled right. Let me just double check. Lampades. Lampades. I'm terrible at spelling. Ooh, okay. So what do we have here? So torch-bearing nymphs who follow the goddess Hecate. Carry torches with lights. So in which case, in terms of these spirits, it might be calling upon them in general or developing a relationship with Hecate first, and then you might be able to commune with them a lot easier. They are Lampadae. A Greek is not something that I can do. Anima solas. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, a figure in Catholicism, Catholic tradition. Anima sola, or lonely soul. Depiction of a soul in purgatory. I don't know if any of these are accurate, by the way, because I don't know the information about these personally. This is just my very, very brief connection here. So this one may well be looking into more Catholic tradition to see if you can find some information as to how to connect with those. Because those ones are not ones I personally work with, so I don't have masses of experience with those individually. Let's have a look-see. Oh, that's where the other questions went. Okay, so I didn't lose the other questions. They just got shuffled into the mass of other questions, and now I'm finding all of the ones that I thought I'd lost. So, yay for me. Because I was worried that I'd lost all of those questions, and I actually hadn't. Right. Let me find one then that I haven't already answered. Here we go. While doing an offering and communing ritual with the Lampadae, I had a vision where suddenly some image came into my mind. It was a symbol. How do I use it, and how do I know if it was from them? More likely than not, it probably would have been if it was a communal ritual with them, but it's good to note down what the symbol was, see if you can find any information that references it, see if you can find any mention of such symbols or any recognition of what that symbol may be. You may want to talk with other communities who do work with these spirits to see if they have seen or experienced anything similar. And then it's about communing with them further rather than trying to use a symbol randomly. I think if you can try and get some more information about how it should be used, what it represents, what it's for, then that can give you some understanding as to how to go from that point onwards. Right, now I need to skip past the ones I don't... Oh, it just jumped. No! Oh, I was doing so well. It hadn't jumped at all this entire time. Right. I've never locked a mirror before. How should I do this? So I have an entire video on mirror locking, and I will direct you towards that because that is the video where I go fully in depth. Let me just double check what that is actually called. I suspect it will be called mirror locking. Let me have a look. See, it is called How to Lock Mirrors, Protect from Unwanted Spirit Activity. It's only 12 minutes long. It's not super long. I would recommend watching that for that particular topic. But for anybody who doesn't know what it's for or what mirror locking is, It essentially limits the coming and going of energies and spirits through vessels like mirrors, which act as liminal space. And so it's a great way of allowing us to use mirrors in practice without having to worry about anything coming and going. It's often done if you have mirrors facing beds and mirrors facing altars and things like that, especially two mirrors facing one another. It's often used just to protect against things coming and going, and then if you need something to come and go, you can unlock that mirror and then you can lock it again when you want to be additionally protected. Okay, let's have a look. See. Is there a spell that I can do to help slowly phase out a friend? I don't want to be horrible towards them, I just don't want to be friends with them anymore. So I think maybe the best and easiest way of doing this, from the perspective of if you're aiming or working towards somebody else, then it is more likely that their energy and their spirits will interact with you and perhaps might not allow the spell to work correctly, might change the outcome of it. I would say the best way of doing this is to maybe make yourself energetically unappealing. A little bit like an invisibility style of working, making yourself less noticeable, less memorable, less present energetically in their life, basically shielding yourself to limit how often somebody will want to engage with you, how often somebody will want to spend time with you, how often somebody will message you, to the point where essentially they are going to phase themselves out of your life because you're just not somebody they really want to spend time with. Not because you're a horrible person, but more that they have people in their life that somehow seem more energetically present to them than you do. You might feel energetically distant, and so they're going to prioritize other friends over you, and then before you know it, they don't really engage with you anymore. And you might still get a few messages every so often, but for the most part, they're probably going to spend most of their time with other friends instead of trying to engage with you. It's a way of doing it so that you aren't actually interfering with them in any way, shape, or form. You're just making yourself seem less interesting. You can also do this when connecting with spirits and the like. It's essentially like an invisibility style working where you just make yourself seem less noticeable. It's a way of stopping unwanted engagement with spirits and with people. Right. How do you go into trance? Oh, this is a really good one. So trance is obviously used, I say obviously, trance is used in a lot of different aspects of spells and rituals. And yes, exactly, like a glamour. So I'm going back to the previous question. So it's just like a shield almost that is changing how you are perceived by another person. So much easier than trying to mess with somebody else's energy. It's just such a pain in the arse to do. Whereas if you're just influencing yourself, then you're only dealing with your own energy, and you can do it temporarily, just when you're going to spend time with them, or you can have it be on for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, to limit, like almost wean them off a little bit, so that then they just sort of take a step back and just engage with other people instead. Anyway, trance is used a lot in different spells and rituals, and it essentially allows us to form a deeper and easier connection with psychic abilities, with guides, with familiars, with deities. It essentially is like, it's akin to astral projection, it's just slightly different. Astral projection is us projecting ourselves out into the spiritual world to be able to engage with spirits. Trance allows spirits to engage with us because we have entered into an altered state. We are in an in-between. We are between the worlds. And so it's easier for us to commune with spirits. Commune with spirits, connect with servitors, connect with deities, connect with guides, connect with energies. It's an easier place to be at. And you can get into trance in so many different ways. The ways that I have typically always done it have been in groups. And it has been with drumming. So often the drumming will start at a faster rate, and then it will slow down and slow down and slow down until it is either equal to or slightly slower than a normal heart rate. So it'll go from being like dead fast like this, and then slowly you'll get to a point where it is like slightly slower than a normal heartbeat, and it will just continue and continue and continue and continue, and it sort of drops your mind. I don't know, it's the weirdest thing. I don't know really how to describe it, but you go from being very, very active mentally to slowly you're like zoning out, and you've completely lost track of time, and you don't really know how long you've been in this for, and it's like this really strange, unusual mental state that, when paired with spirit work, allows us to much more easily engage with the spirits around us. Now, an alternative technique that is used a lot within traditional witchcraft is this repetitive walking. And it's often done to delineate a space. So trance is to put us into an altered state, an in-between. And to delineate a space is to separate it from the world. You are creating an in-between. You are creating liminal space. And the act of doing this repetitive walking, which is usually carried out, you're walking in a set motion, but you're looking back over where you just were. So your head is kind of turned back to one side, depending on which way that you're doing it. And this repetitive motion lulls you into a trance. You have no idea how many rotations you've done. You don't even know how long you've been here before. And you are just walking around like this. And there's different reasons people believe that it happens. For some people, they believe that the turning of the head compresses blood flow to the brain. Not enough for it to cause any kind of problem, but enough to kind of shift your headspace. For other people, they believe it's just the repetitive motion that does it. So that's kind of a traditional witchcraft approach. Some people will walk in a specific motion. So typically it was done in a labyrinthine pattern. And if you walk in a labyrinth, or if you repeatedly trace a labyrinth while sitting, it allows us to enter into a trance-like state, because it's this kind of repetitive motion. There's dancing in circles, there's humming the same tune over and over and over and over and over again. We lose track of time and space and drop into a trance that way. Some people will use mugwort tea, mugwort incense, to kind of shake us up a little bit spiritually, to help us drop into a trance that way. There's kind of loads of different ways of doing it, but it's just about finding the one that works best for you. My favourite is probably the drumming, just because that group environment also really helps, because you don't really feel so daft because you're in a group of people, especially if you're new to doing it, and it just helps when you've got somebody there who is experienced to kind of give us an indication as to how we're doing, and we can engage with them and talk to them, and they can give us ideas for how we can do it better. I think a group environment when we're just starting out with trance is really useful, because it allows us to keep track of time too. One thing I will say, if you are doing trance, if you're doing astral projection, anything like that, keep a timer, please, because it's so easy. 4 minutes, you weren't there for 4 minutes. You were there for 24 minutes, you know? Oh, I was only doing it for 10 minutes. No, you were doing it for 5 hours. Like, it's very, very easy to lose track of time. And so having a timer is really, really important, especially if you're just getting into it. You know, start small, 10 minutes. 15 minutes, and then move on from there, but make sure that you are shaking yourself out afterwards. Make sure that you are grounding yourself again. Make sure that you are coming back into your physical form again afterwards fully, before going about your day, driving, things like that. You know, you've got to make sure your compass mentis. Okay, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. In your experience, I have to shuffle. Sorry, I have to. Sitting in one spot, it's so uncomfortable. So I'm having to shuffle. Oh, there we go. Okay, better. Let's see. Where am I? In your experience, what signs and activities indicate that something negative is happening during a tarot reading? I only practice tarot with one deity. How can I understand that I need or not protection? So When it comes to the protection, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were here earlier, it's very much going to depend on the other protections you have on that space and on yourself. So if you are doing a working in a space that is already protected and you have your own personal protections, then you're probably not going to need any kind of additional protection on that space, like for the purpose of that reading, because you already are protected yourself and you're in a protected environment. But if you don't have house protections and you don't have personal protections and you're uncomfortable, then obviously like protections are really, really beneficial. In terms of things going astray in a tarot reading, it's going to depend on how you perceive things, and it's very much going to depend on the type of spirit that you are encountering. So you might, how do I best describe this? So you might have strange smells coming through. So the smell of something rotting or decaying. You might have kind of sulfuric smells, like this like stinky rotten egg smell coming through. That's a surefire sign that there's something going astray, as well as kind of the smell of burning. Like it's like this this acrid, hit you in the back of the throat kind of burning smell. That's never a good sign. You might have your kind of hackles rising, your hair rising on your arms, goosebumps, the feeling that you're being watched. These are all signs that there might be something present that is maybe not something that you want to be dealing with. You might have sounds, growls, moans. These are obviously rather extreme things, but usually it ramps up. So things are going to feel not quite right. Something in it is just, something is uncomfortable. And if you genuinely feel uncomfortable, that's usually a really big sign that something isn't right. You might find that your cards start behaving strangely, erratically. You've gone from barely getting any cards coming through to getting dozens flying out of the deck and you just can't seem to control it. Or the cards that you're getting have absolutely no correlation to what it is that you're reading. Now, obviously, cards might not always at face value attach onto a question, and they do still relate. It's just you don't know how they relate yet. But if you are getting repetitions of cards that don't make any sense, or you are getting seemingly random cards coming out that don't even link to one another, as well as the uncomfortable feelings, then that's something to consider. Another thing that might be useful for you to try are candles. So candles will usually be influenced by the spirits and energy in that space. And if you have a candle that is designed to be for protection, so you have, say, a black spell candle in a holder that is dressed in protection oil that you've charged with protective energy and you've lit it. If that candle suddenly starts burning really, really high, so either it's burning super fast, the flame is super high, or the flame is like sputtering and going crazy, right? There's loads of smoke and the flames like going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's usually a sign that that energy is working on something that is currently present in that space. So if the candle was burning totally fine, and then all of a sudden the candle has suddenly gone massive or is behaving really strangely, and there's not been a change in the air in that room, you've not opened a window, then that is a sign that that candle is working on something intense, and there may be something present in that space that has just arrived whilst you're doing that reading that is not friendly and is not there for good reasons. So using our senses is really, really important, because sometimes we might miss things, and sometimes we might need multiple senses before we realize that something isn't quite right. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? I am here-ish. How can one use tarot and books together? Lately, I've been seeing people being inspired by their books and using it within their own readings. Any insight would be great. Oh, I'm not sure about this one. Are we talking like fantasy books, or are we talking like practice books, like witchcraft books? That's interesting. I'd love to know a little bit more if you have any additional context. Have you seen the Children of Letha and Children of Oracle tarot decks? I love them, but for me, one deck would be over $200. Wait. Children of Letha tarot. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. They're beautiful. Oh, my goodness. They're gorgeous. I have not seen these before, but they look incredible. Wait, what was the other one? So you got the Children of Letha, Children of Ostara. Oh my god, they're gorgeous. What? They are stunning. No, I had not seen them. I'm very glad I have. They actually remind me a lot of manga decks, like the magic manga decks. It's that kind of style, and I really like that style. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on that. That's incredible. Okay. Before I end up adding another deck into my collection. Oh, people who use symbols or characters in spreads. Interesting. I've never seen this personally. Obviously, that does not mean anything. But I'm wondering if we're talking like characters, then maybe it is the way that character may present in our own lives, like whether that is like a particular person that we're thinking of, or maybe it's whether how the character's personality, because a lot of the classics especially have very, very extravagant characters, how these character traits maybe present in our lives, anything that we might need to be thinking about in terms of that. I don't know. I'm going to have to look this up a little bit more. I've never seen this personally, but I'm assuming it's sort of a social media-y thing, and I'll have to like dive into this and see what it's all about. Right. So, if you light a candle for a spell, but the flame hasn't gone out by the time you have to leave the house, is it bad for the spell to blow the flame out? Yes. Okay, there's caveats to this though. Okay, right. So, general consensus within the witchcraft community is if you have a candle that is still being used in a working, you never blow it out, you always snuff it out. Because to blow it out is to blow away the energy that you've been attempting to manifest. And by snuffing it out, you are keeping that energy contained, and then you can simply relight it again later. So generally speaking, snuffing is better than blowing the candle out, just because it keeps that energy contained. However, as with all things in witchcraft, there are nuances, and that isn't always necessary. So if the candle is being used as simply a focal point for a working and does not in itself contain any energy, then you can blow it out instead of snuffing it out, because you're blowing out a candle, you're not blowing out the energy of that working. But if you are working with elementals and salamanders, fire spirits, then blowing out a candle is perceived as being an insult, because you are using the air element to blow out the candle. You are essentially using another element to destroy another, and so it's seen as a real no-no that if you're working with salamanders or fire elementals, you do not blow out a candle, you snuff it out. However, if a working is used to remove something from your life, or to remove a situation, to reduce it, or to send it away, then blowing out that candle and blowing away that energy is far more effective than snuffing out that candle. It really is going to depend on the context of the working, what you're working with, how you're working with it. But generally speaking, a candle that is safe is better than a candle that isn't. And as long as it's out, that's better than a candle that's lit and left unattended. I would personally snuff rather than bluff. Snuff rather than blow. Oh my goodness. Depending on the context. I typically, see, that's how I do it too. Sorry, Christina said, I have candle workings that have been going since January. I snuff them out when I'm leaving the house or going to sleep. I refer to it as pausing the candles. Same. I will snuff out all of my candles, and that to me is that working put on pause. If I want to restart that working again, I simply light the candle again, and it just kind of continues from where it was left off. But yeah, I think, sorry, I'm looking at another comment here of how it's interesting that salamanders feel insulted by sylphs when air is essential for fire to exist. From what I know, it is more the fact that it is being done in an act of removal. So all elements will feed off other elements, but it's more the erasure of one by another. Like the same would be true if you were to dunk a candle in water. It's that act of erasure of one and replacement for another that I think is more insulting than anything else, as far as I can tell, because fire needs biological matter, or it needs, carbon-based matter, and it needs air in order to exist. Therefore, fire needs earth and air in order to exist. And yet, it entirely depends on context, I think. It's a lot like friendships, I suspect. If one friendship fades away and another one blossoms, that's one thing. But if you've just erased another friend's existence by getting another friend, then that's kind of insulting in a way that friends just phasing away from one another isn't. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, we need water to survive, but we can still drown. Yeah, it's very much about the context of the way it's done. I will still occasionally, though, blow out candles. I will. If I am rapidly rushing to go out. So I use a lot of tea lights in my practice, and when I'm snuffing out a tea light, I will use the base of a tea light to snuff out the tea light. But if I'm oh my god, I need to go, and I don't have a tea light base that I haven't already used, I will just blow it out, because I will always see a safe candle as better than a perfectly ritual candle. I would rather a candle be safe and functional than risk anything else. Oh yeah, I don't trust my fingers at all. I know I would burn myself. I just know that I would burn myself. So I do have candle snuffers dotted around. I have one wedged under here that you can't see. But I will typically use random objects. Mugs. The bottom of a mug is great for snuffing out a candle. A tea light. Tea light on top of a tea light works great. So that's usually what I use, unless I've recently tidied. And then I don't have any tea light bases, and so then I can't snuff one out with a pre-used tea light, so that's when I tend to blow things out. Right. How important is timing, days of the week, times of day, moon cycles, etc. in spell work? Is it something you can adapt in general spell work, or will it be less effective as a result? So there's so much magical timing that you can apply to spells and rituals. So much. We're talking phases of the moon, we're talking astrological events, days of the week, numerological dates. So doing something on the 2nd or the 4th has a different meaning than doing something on the 9th and the 13th. Even astrological times have significance in spells and rituals. And so you might want to be working on a Friday on the 2nd of a month during the astrological hours of Venus in order to do a successful love spell. But for the most part, that isn't something that people are going to be able to do because there's a lot of lining up. So you want a waning moon on a Friday on the 2nd of a month, and you also need to have the astrological time of Venus. That becomes just a lot that you have to deal with. They are more nice to haves rather than need to haves, depending on the tradition. Some traditions do have more of a reliance on astrological timings, days of the week, things like that than others. It's very much going to depend on what you need in your particular tradition and what you're able to have. You can do a successful manifestation spell without using the full moon. You can. You don't need to have a new moon to do cleansings, just like you don't need to do a love spell on a Friday, and you don't need to do a spell that works with solar energy on a Sunday. You are able to have the flexibility in that. It's more energetic niceties. So think of it like layering. That's a very loud bike. That definitely doesn't sound like 30. So think of it like layering up energy. So you have say for instance a love spell. Let's go off that initial thing. So you have a red candle that has been anointed in red oil, love oil, that has been surrounded by rose petals that have been picked on a Friday, and you are lighting it on a Friday evening during a particularly significant astrological event. All of these things are layers of energy. And as long as you have a lot of, or a reasonable amount of energy going into that working, you don't necessarily need to have all of these additional layers of energy adding on top of it, right? So you don't need a high energy time if you are bringing high energy into that working. The one time that I will say that having these astrological events, specific times, placements and the like is really useful is if you don't have high energy. So either you aren't able to raise energy effectively, you aren't able to manipulate energy effectively, or you yourself are experiencing low energy. Doing things during times of high energy adds that energy in where otherwise there wouldn't be energy. So if you are struggling to raise energy yourself, doing a love spell on a Friday during the planetary hours of Venus is really beneficial because it adds the energy in that you can't bring otherwise. If you are doing a coven event though, where you're performing a love spell as a coven, then you don't need those astrological events because you have the energy of a large number of people to be able to do it. Or if you yourself are able to raise a lot of energy, then you don't need those astrological events in order to manifest that working. It's more about figuring out a balance between the energy that you bring and the energy that you need from an external source to figure out whether you need all of these things or not. Sometimes I miss not having a fringe because I wouldn't have to brush it every 4 seconds just to get it to stay straight. I fudged it again. Okay. I need to know what Claudia Winkleman does to keep her fringe perfect. Okay, it's not a want to know, it's a need to know. Right, let's have a look, see. Where am I? I am somewhere. Where am I? Okay, that's the chat. No wonder I couldn't find where I was. I was trying to find questions in the chat. Do you have any tips on offerings for ancestors if you're not really sure what they might have liked? Water is a big one. So a lot of people will leave a glass of water out on an altar, and they will do it every day, every week. They will refresh this glass as an offering because water is essential to life. And although the ancestors have passed on, the acknowledgement of them as still being kind of present and alive is significant. People will also leave offerings of food. They will leave incense offerings. This is a really big one. It really depends on tradition though, because some places have a larger connection with ancestor veneration and they'll have their own unique individual ways of doing it. So food, incense or smoke is a big one because it is believed that smoke is able to travel to the spirits. And so often you have some traditions where there's fake money or spirit money that is burned, I believe, and given to the ancestors that way. You have incenses, you have tea lights, anything that is kind of transitional. So it is going from one form to another, like a candle that is being burned travels from one form to another, so it can travel from one place to another as well. So they're all useful offerings. It's going to depend though, if obviously the more you know, it helps with the offerings because then you know what kind of alcohol they liked, what kind of drinks they liked, what kind of food they liked. It's all beneficial to kind of layering it up. Isn't a candle, flame and water essential for spirit contact? Not in my experience, though obviously it's going to depend on tradition and the way people do things. It can be useful, but I know many mediums and many people who work with spirits who don't use anything at all. Candle flames can be useful because they can amplify the energy, and it's included in some of the language that gets used. So sometimes wording is used like, you know, if a spirit would like to communicate, may they step into the light of the candle. And so it can act as almost like a little protective bubble and an amplification tool, but it's not really necessary if you have other techniques that you find work better. Right. What are some basic items for a Samhain altar as a beginner? So it depends on which aspect of Samhain you are most wanting to connect with. So some people will work with Samhain as the final harvest festival. It is the last celebration before Yule. It is the final of the three. So we've already had Lammas, Lunasa, and Mabon. So this is now the third. So for that aspect, it is often gourds, pumpkins, things like that. Harvesty colours, oranges, browns, reds, as well as symbols of harvest and abundance. So it's really a time of making things, setting things aside, appreciating that this is really the end of the cycle, everything is fading away. If you are, though, wanting to look towards the spirit aspect of Samhain, then you're looking at skulls, representations for ancestors and the dead, offerings to spirits, things like that. So really basic things. You can have a candle as an honouring for ancestors and spirits. You can have a little skull that represents spirit work. You can have a little pumpkin. Maybe you carve one for Samhain with a symbol of protection in it or something. Just a super simple, really small altar space. Righty-ho. I'm somewhere around here. Ooh. I've read Moon Spells by Diane Alquist by seeing you using it. I love it. It's not too overwhelming and it's great for beginners with moon magic. What's your go-to spell, or have you adapted from it? I will very, very rarely use spells as is. Most of the time I will consistently adapt workings. So even if I've just read a book and I'm like, oh, that last spell looks amazing, I'd love to do something like that, I will no doubt have changed it. So I like mixing and matching. I use spell books mostly for inspiration. So I will look through a book and I'll be like, oh, I really, really love this particular technique. And then I go, oh, but I don't really need it for that. So then I will just mix and match with completely different things. And I find that's my favorite way of doing my spells. And so nothing I ever do is ever anymore copy and paste from a book. I will always change at least half a dozen things. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Howard. In folklore and Egyptian and in other mythologies, the phenomenon of the law of true names appears. I'm still deep diving into this giant topic myself, but do you have a take on it personally? So true names was something that I was taught a long while ago, and it was always in the context for me of working with spirits. So the thing was always never, ever, ever share your true name with anybody. And this got me kind of thinking, because I'm like, okay, well, what's a true name, and why? Like, why shouldn't I share it with anybody? And then I started looking into it and listening to people and asking questions of people. And the information that I got was never knowingly from any one tradition or any one source. It was always just this kind of vague information that I suspect probably has its roots in many different belief systems and traditions and has just kind of been conglomerated by these practitioners. But from what I have always been taught, a true name is the name of your essence, your soul, the bit that is eternal and has existed from the creation of time. And as we go through different incarnations and we become different people in different lives and live different experiences, while we are given a name in that lifetime, the true name is the name that is attached to the energy that creates who you are fundamentally at your core in every single lifetime. And that true name has power over you. And much like how spirits have their own names, and if you have the name of a spirit, you can control it. And so they will usually give you fake names that they have made up, or you might make up a name for them. They don't want to give you their true name, because if you have their name, then you have power over them and you can control them to do whatever it is that you want. And so a true name is only ever found through very intense meditation. As I've said on live streams before, I've only ever known one person personally who has ever found their true name, and it was through masses of deep, intense meditation. It took many, many years, and it is something that is never shared with anybody. So think about the story of Rumpelstiltskin. The names hold power. And so that was always my knowledge over true names. And I have no idea where that information comes from. It has just sort of been collected over the years from different practitioners who've kind of told me different bits and pieces. So I really need to look more into certain traditions to see where this specific variety of it comes from. But that was always what I was taught, because this was in relation primarily to the fair folk of names hold power. Rumpelstiltskin is a great example of this from folklore. Names are so valuable that it is not recommended that you tell a fae your name at all, even your name in this lifetime. It is something that is reserved for when you have a deep connection and a trusting relationship with a spirit, and not something to be shared willy-nilly at random. Oh, thank you so much, Howard. To me, names give form to matter through the energy of our intention. We give it power and it gets its identity and structure. It is also about Plato's cave, I think, and the fairies too. Yes. Yeah, so this is... I like to also think of it as the way we create servitors. So when I create servitors, they are given a name that surrounds their purpose, their existence, and their name is their power. And then when that servitor is no longer needed, that name is then destroyed. And that's the way that I've always done servitors. And so I find it interesting that it then links back through like creation myths, and it links back to the potential for our existence. I think it's really cool how everything sort of connects together, because for me it's always been discs. For servitors, it's a disc that has their name kind of carved into it, and then when that is no longer needed as a servitor, the disc is then broken. And it's that idea that name holds the integrity of that being together, and without that name in its core component, it ceases to exist. I think that's a very poetic way of doing servitors, so I like that it may well apply to other things too. So let's have a look. See, I saw something with names up here. Where is it? I'm not feeling very connected to my given name. Could that be a reason? That's just not my name. I mean, it could be, but for the most part, we don't know our true names. Well, we know our true names, but we don't know our true names. Like, it's not something that you would ever... For the most part, it's not something that anybody would even notice that they have, from what I can tell. But I do think that sometimes just names don't align with who we are as people. I mean, sometimes names just are not authentic to us. They do not show who we are as a person. And so that's why many people have taken names. I mean, especially in the craft, a lot of people have taken names. A lot of people in the craft will change their name to their taken name legally, because their real name, like their name in this lifetime, just doesn't fit who they are as people. And so often they will switch to something that more represents who they are. I literally turned off the heater like half an hour ago and I'm already cold. I like Halloween, I like Samhain, but I miss the sunshine. I miss the warmth a lot. Right. Let's have a look, see. I'm somewhere in here. Any tips to calm down anxiety? So, one that I have done myself and I do find very interesting is the use of focusing on things. And it's so difficult in the moment when you're having a lot of anxiety and perhaps you're even having panic attacks. It's very, very difficult to get yourself out of that state. But one thing that I was always told to do was to focus on like 3 things that you can see and 5 things that you can hear. Or you would try to look for 10 things that are green or 4 things that are blue. And it allows us to come back to the here and now when we aren't able to do that in any other way. Like, especially when we're in that anxiety spiral, that means that we basically can't function. And especially if you're getting to the point where like you're starting to lose focus on your breathing and you're starting to get like out of control. I find that focusing on set colors, set sounds, counting things can be really beneficial to sort of reining it in and calming things down. What are your thoughts on manifesting something impossible? So I will often talk about this in terms of spells and rituals, and the same applies in manifestation too. And I know that some people love the idea of being able to achieve the impossible, but I do think that there are limits to it. Now, obviously, everything in these live streams is always my experience, it's my practice, it's my understanding, and I am by no means the be-all, end-all of magical knowledge, and I would never want anybody to consider me as such because we are all learning, and I certainly am. But everything that we do within witchcraft, at least in my experience, involves the pulling on different energies. And I often like to view it as a web of red threads. This is how the picture is inside my head. Everything and everybody is connected with other things and other people via a series of red threads. And when we carry out our spells and rituals, we're kind of pulling on these. We are connecting threads together. We are unknotting threads. We are snipping threads. We are pulling and tugging and moving things to pull them closer to us. The things that are closer to us are the things that we have the most connection to. The things furthest away from us are the things that we have least connection to. And when we do spells and rituals, say to get a better job or to have more prosperity, we are pulling on threads. And energy will often align with the easiest possible route. So think of it like lightning. Lightning will go through whatever is quickest to get from the sky to the earth as fast as possible. Even if that's not the way that it should go or would go naturally, the fastest route is the way that it will go. And so when we're doing spells and rituals, we have to be really specific to be careful, because if we're not careful, energy can often take an easier route that is not the one that we wanted. But we're also limited by the threads that we can pull on. So the best example that I can give is the one that is most commonly asked by specifically teenagers. And that is, how can I get this celebrity to fall in love with me? And the answer I always have to give is, how are you connected to this celebrity? Because if the answer is, I'm not, then that's a whole lot of threads that you have to pull to be able to do something that is sort of impossible. The more connections you have to an outcome, the more connections you have to a person, the easier it is to influence that outcome and the easier it is to influence that person. Attempting to influence somebody you have absolutely no connections to at all, like a public figure or a celebrity, is a lot harder than trying to influence your best friend that you know really, really well. It takes a lot more energy in order to do it, and because of that, you're likely not going to see large results. It's going to be really small, and it's going to happen over a long period of time. So while the impossible can be done, it's going to take a lot of energy and a lot of connections. And that's something that an individual person is very rarely able to do if they have absolutely no link to the outcome. So for instance, I would like to have £100 billion. Is very, very unlikely for anybody to achieve. let alone somebody who doesn't have a job and has no means of gaining £100 million. Whereas what maybe is a little bit more accessible is going for £1,000, because that is something that we are much more likely to attain with the threads and the access to things that we have. The average person does not have access to a job that is able to get them £100 million, or even £100 billion, which I think is what I originally said. We certainly don't know that many people who are able to connect us in that way, but most of us are going to be able to have access to hopefully a job that pays them at least some money. And so £1,000 is a lot more likely to happen than 100,000 or hell, even 100 billion. The same applies with like celebrities. You are much more likely to have success attracting somebody into your life that is present in your environment. So it could be a friend of a friend, it could be a friend of a family member, it could be somebody that you work with, it could be somebody that you live in the same area as, you might cross paths with, than a celebrity who lives halfway across the world, who doesn't know that you exist, who has zero connection to you. It's just so much harder to achieve. So that's sort of the whole like impossible thing. It really depends on how you define impossible, to be honest. That's the other thing, because for some people, having £100 in the bank feels impossible, but it doesn't mean that it necessarily is. Whereas having £1 trillion is definitely impossible for everybody, really. Right. Are you a self-taught practitioner, or have you had a teacher in the beginning of your craft? So I started practicing and I had no idea what I was doing. I just know that it worked. And so I would do certain things in certain ways because I knew it would give me a certain response, and this response is what I wanted. And so that's how I started practicing. And then I found a book in the library that talked about Wicca and witchcraft, and then I realized it had a name to it, and it was a thing that other people did. It wasn't just me, because so far everybody in my life, if I mentioned seeing a spirit or if I mentioned doing something, people would look at me really strangely. Like I mentioned so the wording that I used probably didn't help me very much, but I mentioned that I would regularly fly downstairs to watch TV with my parents, but I was still asleep, and people were like, what are you talking about? And it was only later when I realized that that is just astral projection. I was just astral projecting, and I had no idea that that's what I was doing. And so when I told people of my same age that I was flying downstairs to watch TV, they thought I was bonkers. Now it all makes sense. Astral projection was something that I was doing, and I didn't even realize I was doing it. I was just using it to get what I wanted at the time, and I had no idea how I was doing it or why I was doing it outside of that I would get what I wanted. And so after I started getting the books, I went to like every library in the local area to read as many books on the topic as I possibly could. I then thought that Wicca was what I was practicing. And so then I started going on forums. And so this was sort of like the mid-2000s-ish. And so forums were massive. Like today you go on a witchcraft forum and it's basically empty, but we're talking like hundreds of people on every single hour, constant streams of conversation. The chat was going all of the time. The forums had hundreds of messages an hour, you know, really, really big. And that's where I first started learning from people. So actively asking questions, getting answers, and having big, long messages, like essays essentially, from long-standing magical practitioners. And that's when I started learning from other people, when I figured, you know, I could learn a lot from these people that have been in the craft for 40, 50 years versus me that's like accidentally stumbled into it and had no idea what I was doing. And then I learned from several people over the years in groups and events and online, and slowly building up practice. So it's sort of a bit of both over the years. it just depended on what I had access to at any given moment. Books were great for a while, and then I wanted real practitioners. And then when I realized that I wasn't really practicing Wicca, that wasn't really where my interests lay, I ended up sort of moving away from learning from priests and priestesses and learning from more folk practitioners, and then sort of expanding that way. Right. What are long-term spirit contracts? What do they imply? What would you offer the spirit, and what would they offer you? So long-term spirit contracts are usually carried out between spirits that work with us on a regular basis. So in this, we're talking familiars are probably like the most well-known long-term spirit contract you could get into. They usually offer assistance spiritually, magically, and energetically, and in return, they may well be offered a space to reside, and a consistent supply of energy is usually the most common exchange with familiar spirits. So they will often be given a safe location that is protected against other spirits. They will then be given food, energy in whichever form it may be. For some people this is energy, for other people it is blood. It depends on the practitioner and the contract, and that is then given on a regular basis to that spirit as part of that contract. And it's usually done because you're both getting something out of it, you don't want it to end anytime soon, and so you form what is for some people a very, very long-standing, lifelong engagement with a particular spirit. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays, happy spooky season to you too. It is going to be an incredible spooky season, I just know it. I'm fully feeling it. I'm watching Hocus Pocus tomorrow. I'm so excited. I don't know what it is. I'm just so spooky this year. It feels it, and I know other people are feeling it too. Right, let's have a look, see. I have a belladonna plant in my bedroom. I obviously don't want to touch it, but given it's a major component in recipes for flying ointment, will having the plant around help with astral travel? Oh, I wouldn't necessarily recommend having something like that in a bedroom, gotta say. Okay, so probably not. I say that mostly though because the use of such plants in flying ointment was typically done to bring about, I'm not going to say near-death experience, because obviously people were creating these in dosages where they weren't causing that strong of an effect, but they were giving enough of an effect to cause at least trance, probably more. They were basically sending people on a trip that could result in if things went wrong. And mostly it was because of the physical components of the plant rather than the energetic components of the plant. So it's one of those where I don't necessarily think having the plant around is going to help with astral projection, but it could pose as a serious health risk. So please be careful. Oh, just while I'm seeing this now, which is where did it go? Did I jump? Oh, it jumped. Okay, I'll keep going. Do you have any new decks to recommend? I actually don't. I have not used a different deck now in a few months, a year, 2 years? Oh, maybe 2 years. So I'm at the minute tending to stick to the same decks over and over and over again. It feels like the right thing to do at the minute. I am trying really hard to rein in my collection, not because and that sounds awful, because I really want my collection to be big, and I really enjoy like getting to share things, but also just for my own sanity and not having the space, I'm trying to rein in my decks. So decks and books, you'll have noticed I've not gotten that many of recently, though I am planning on getting some more books soon, because I am craving going to Glastonbury so hard right now. I just really, really want to go. and go to Courtyard Books and go and get some more books. And so, yeah, I think books are something that I'm going to be adding into my collection more than decks at the moment, but we'll see. That Hocus Pocus tarot deck does look really good, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, where am I? Can you be a Christian witch? Yes. But, is it really an answer from me if there isn't a caveat or a nuance or a but? That is going to be entirely dependent on the individual and whether or not they feel comfortable doing both. As I mentioned kind of earlier on in the stream, because witchcraft is secular, you can attach it onto any religion that you would like, as long as you feel comfortable with performing the two together. If you don't, then maybe that's something that you might want to be altering or tweaking, but nobody else can really say, oh, you're not allowed to do this and that. It's up to the individual as to what they feel comfortable with. And a lot of folk magic will say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Let me see if I can find some in here. Oh, now that was an image that I wasn't expecting to see today. I forget how graphic some of the images in A Deed Without a Name can be. Oh, that is just... I can't even show you that. Like, I actually can't even show you that. The chapter is called Wailing for the Demon Lover. I'm sure you can guess what that image is going to look like. I was hoping I'd be able to find some of the wording, but I don't think there is any in this one. A lot of the traditional witchcraft folk magic charms do contain the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Can I find any others in here? Let's see if I can find one of these books. I did alphabetize them, and then I stopped alphabetizing them. Oh no! Can I not find any of them? Oh no. Oh no! Okay. I forgot to put them back in alphabetical order and now I can't find them. But most of the folk charms that you see will be in kind of that kind of language, especially the ones that come from the early modern period, because you practiced the religion of the time and you were fine, and if you didn't practice the religion of the time, then you would be persecuted. So you would therefore attach your belief system, your magical belief system, onto the religion of the time. And so that is very, very useful in regard to adapting practices, because we can see things being adapted over time. Right. Is there a specific time after someone has passed to set up an altar for them? Not particularly, though I would generally recommend the same with spirit communication, that you allow the spirit to settle. It's a little bit like, this is going to be the stupidest analogy ever. Okay, are you prepared for my stupidest analogy ever? If you play The Sims... I promise I will clarify what I mean. You know when you just move in and then all of a sudden loads of people turn up outside wanting a moving in party, and you just don't want them to be there because you feel overwhelmed and you don't really know your space yet and you feel like everything's a bit too much? That's a little bit like the spirit world. Like, you have kind of moved into this new world, and it's a lot, and you have to process that things are different, and you have to learn how to engage with the world around you, and that's a lot to deal with. And so this is one of the reasons why I typically suggest after a death somebody not immediately attempt to contact that spirit, because the spirit is still learning how to be a spirit. They have never been there before. This is entirely new to them, and they don't know how to engage. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to show that they're present. They have no idea what they're doing. It's so overwhelming for them, and also it limits the ability for a family member, a friend, whoever it is that is still living, to grieve, because it is, you often see it with people going to psychic mediums and tarot readers, where they will not allow themselves to move on and grieve, and instead they keep it bottled up So I think just from a general perspective, wait a couple of months just to let things settle down. It definitely will depend. Yes, certain traditions will have very set beliefs surrounding how long afterwards, but just from a general secular witchcraft perspective, I think it's important to let the spirit have a bit of a pause, and also to give yourself the opportunity to process things. Thank you so much, Joe. I am just enabling your book addiction. You should eventually read In Soul in the Effigy. Have a wonderful Samhain and Halloween. Thank you so much. I am planning on getting the hardback edition when it comes out. That's my plan. I'm waiting until I'm able to get that, because that looks so good. And I got the hardback copy of Mark Norman's Hallowed Ground. Is that what it... Okay, it's the green book with the church on the front of it. I need to check what this is. I'm good with pictures, I'm not good with names. Let me have a look, see. Is it called Hallowed Ground? The Folklore of Churches and Churchyards. Yeah, I got the hardback edition of that, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And so I am planning on maybe getting that, and I might do a few videos when they arrive so that I can show everybody, because I like books and I know other people do too. Okay, and then let's have a look, see. And then this one, thank you so much, Howard. Have you ever practiced theosophy or I never know how to say this. Thelema is how my brain wants to say it. But then my brain also used to say Samhain. So, or are you more into witchcraft as a pagan? Or do you define your craft more uniquely? So I've never practiced either of those personally. I consider myself a pagan witch, but I do primarily focus on folk and traditional witchcraft. That's kind of where I sort of slot myself. So I do work with deities. I work with Ceridwen, Ceranos, and Brigid. But for the most part, I work with spirits rather than deities. So that's sort of how I kind of fit myself into the community. I need to learn more about other styles of practice though, because I very much know about Wicca, specifically traditional British Wicca, and I know about kind of varying aspects of witchcraft, from more formalized traditions to more sort of individual practice. But I don't know very much about these specific traditions, so I need to look a little bit more into them. Okay. Let's have a look, see. I need to know where I am. I'm lost again. Okay. There's a cemetery I'm now near. I want to begin walking through often, as I feel it would help me with my grounding. Do you think the guardian spirits would consider this taking or rude? I'm curious as to why it would help with grounding. And I know that my tone can sometimes come across judgy, and that is not what I'm intending. I'm genuinely just really curious. I think it is about being open about it, as in like telling them, say why you're here. And I think that's a great thing to do when it comes to all, when we're working with all spirits. Let them know what you want, how long you want it for, how long you're going to be there for. All of that is really useful to be kind of quite upfront about when we want to make sure that we aren't being perceived as rude and that we aren't just taking and not giving anything back. And maybe it's worth leaving a bit of an offering for the guardian spirits if that is something that you would like to do and that you think could be beneficial. I'm trying to figure out where on earth I am. Oh, this one I can do now while I'm actually thinking about it, since we're talking about like the spirits, is I was wondering if you had any advice on overcoming a strong phobia of spirits. So I don't know from a phobia perspective, because phobias, in my experience, my phobias are very difficult to budge. And especially if it is to the point of it being a phobia and not just a fear, I think that then maybe some, if possible, professional assistance might be needed to try to give you some coping mechanisms of dealing with that. Generally, though, a good thing that I would recommend when it comes to the fear of anything surrounding witchcraft and spirituality is to dispel misconceptions, because I find a lot of the fear surrounding these things often comes from a lack of knowledge on the topics, and also the knowledge that comes from other belief systems outside of it. I often find that the people who are the most scared of witchcraft are the people who know absolutely nothing about it except what the church has told them about witchcraft. That's like me explaining a bee to somebody, but I'm instead pretending it's like a 17-foot tall giant that's trying to murder all of your children. You're going to be really scared of it until you actually see the real thing, and then you realise it's not that scary. And so, why did I think 17-foot bee? Genuinely, I don't know what goes on inside of my brain for me to immediately jump to 17-foot tall bee. I'm going to work on the principle. It's 11:30, and that is why. So starting with sort of researching different spirits can be massively helpful. I have a book that I really like, which is, I'm trying to remember the name. I remember what it looks like. Not that that's helpful. The Element Encyclopedia. It's definitely that. Is it Magical Creatures? The Element Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures. Is it this one? So there's books like the Element Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures. Yeah, that is one of them. And there's also the Element Encyclopedia of Spirits, which sort of go into like different types of spirits, the way they might manifest. And I find those books to be quite useful as just an idea of getting a gauge of the kind of spirits that are around from different traditions and folklore, because a lot of them are really friendly and nice, and they're not like a negative thing at all. I think that once you've kind of dispelled some of the misconceptions around spirits, then it's about knowing how to protect yourself against them, because then you can control how much of an engagement you have with them. So if you learn how to protect yourself against them, then you can have that choice as to whether you want to engage or not. And you might want to lower your protections a little bit, test the waters, and then put them back up again so that you feel in control. Because I think the biggest thing around phobias and fears is the feeling of being out of control. And if you can take some of that control back, then it massively is going to help how comfortable you feel in those environments. And then it's just baby stepping. You don't have to work with spirits if you don't want to, but ideally, I would want you to get to a point where you aren't so scared of spirits that it is limiting how you're able to engage with practice that doesn't involve spirits. You know, you can still practice without spirits without being crippled by the fear of them showing up. I think that's really the point where everybody should really be aiming towards. Oh, thank you so much, Howard. You can even use a lot of alchemy and shamanism in your witchcraft. Everything sort of comes together nicely if your cauldron is big enough. Oh, I like that terminology. I like it. Yeah, the alchemy is something that I have been looking into over the last couple of years. I've gotten a few books on alchemy and I'm finding it really, really interesting. Even just as this like cross-section between spirituality, occultism, and science, I find that really, really fascinating. And for the shamanism, you do find that a lot of things very strongly linked together. Like a lot of the practices are found in other parts of the world in slightly different ways, but designed to create the same outcome. And I always think it's like convergent evolution, but for spirituality, where different people with no connection to one another seem to come up with almost the same way of doing something, just in totally different parts of the world. I think that's just really, really interesting. Oh, and thank you so much to Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. You're always supporting the channel and I always really, really appreciate it. Happy Samhain Hearth and thanks for your insights. For the listeners, do your due diligence before consuming and smoking herbs to astral project and trance out. You may astral project permanently. A lot of herbalists do not have proper research on medication interactions. Yes. It's really, really important, and it is so easy to as somebody else has mentioned here, and it's always my favourite phrase when it comes to this, squirrel wizard. That's the best name. Just because it's natural doesn't mean it's safe. And I see this happen a lot with essential oils. A lot. People assume that because it comes from a plant, that means it's fine, but I don't know who's going to tell them that lots of poisons come from plants and that doesn't make them safe. And so, yeah, when it comes to smoking anything, even breathing in things, loose incenses are designed to be used in a well-ventilated space for a reason. So please make sure everybody is staying safe with the things that they are putting into their body. That's things that you're eating, things that you're drinking, and also things you're breathing in as well, and stuff that goes on your skin. I don't want to see anybody using pure, undiluted essential oil on your skin, and especially not going out into the sunshine afterwards. That is just such a bad idea. Right, let's have a look-see. I am here-ish. Have you read the Greek magical papyri? I think that's how you say it. I'm reading it right now and my practice is changing a lot. Many people talk about feeling like coming home when they find a practice, and that's how I feel now. Oh, that's fantastic. I've never read them personally, and I feel like I need to. I need to read these significant texts that I know I'm going to find so difficult to read. And I will eventually get round to it. I still am trying to get through the Picatrix. Still. It's because I keep getting distracted and then I find another book and then I pick something else up. And yeah, it's one of those things. But I will eventually get round to it because I do think they're really interesting to learn from. And even just to learn how other people experience the magical world. Whether that is reading a book about a different tradition that you have no interest in practicing yourself. It's just interesting to see how other people perceive the world. Have you managed to find time to check out the page-bound platform? I actually forgot it existed. I have the worst memory when it comes to these things. Right. I have them written. I have it here. I've saved it as a tab so that I can go back and check it and not forget this time. Oh, that one time I tried to have a bath with cinnamon oil without diluting it. Oh my God. That was definitely not a fun time. Oh my God. Yeah, definitely not a fun time. I can see how that would be bad. Yeah, the number of things that I see people doing with essential oils is legitimately really scary. Like putting, cinnamon is so irritating even when it's not undiluted essential oil. But I've seen people like put citric oils, like citrus oils on their body and then going out into the sunshine and then wondering why they're getting 3rd-degree burns. Like, I've even seen people recommending people put essential oils into water and then drinking it. And please, for all that is good on earth, don't do that. Like, please, don't do that. It is not gonna be a fun time for you. So yeah, I can only imagine how uncomfortable that is. And also, this is my own stupidity, right? The smell of essential oils never goes away. Never. I once spilled patchouli oil on my phone and phone case. My phone case still smells like patchouli oil, which, to be fair, I'm not mad about, but like, it still smells really, really strong. Yeah, I mean, I think for skin safe, for adults, healthy adults with no pre-existing medical conditions, it's about a 2% dilution rate for direct skin contact. So if it's for children, I just dropped my blummin' fidget, I was going to call it a fidget fork, no, a fidget comb again. If you're looking at children or people with health conditions or essential oils like sage and rose and things that are more intense, it is even down to a 0.5% dilution rate, which if anybody ever buys any oils from my store is why they don't smell super duper strong, because I want them to be as skin safe as possible for as many people as possible. But yeah, I have seen even like retailers of essential oils say, oh, just put this orange essential oil in your water. Please don't. Please. I think people sometimes forget how our bodies are able to absorb things. Mucous membranes are not something that you want to come in contact with essential oils. Your inner organs are not something that want to come in contact with essential oils. It's so dangerous. Yeah, that's the thing. Oil and water don't mix, and people do genuinely have, sorry, I didn't even read the thing. It's crazy to me that some people drink essential oils. Do they not know that those cannot be diluted in water no matter how much water it is? Yeah, I think this is the confusion, because people think, oh, well, I can dilute this essential oil in a base oil. Therefore, I can dilute this amount of oil in the same amount of water. But that's not how it works. Oil and water will never, ever mix. And so you aren't actually diluting that oil. All you're doing is putting that amount of oil in water. That's it. So like if you're putting essential oils into baths, you still should dilute the oil in a base oil and then add some of that mixture into the bath. And especially never ever consume essential oils that have been put just in a bottle of water, because you are still getting the 100% dosage of that essential oil. It is not being diluted in any way, shape or form. And it comes back to that thing again of just because it's natural doesn't mean it's safe. It's one of those, you can mix things if you have like an emulsifier going on there. But if you don't, don't go outside. Be careful, because people do get third-degree chemical burns because of essential oils, especially citrus-based oils are highly they will cause your skin to become highly photosensitive, and you can get really deep, long-lasting burns and scarring from that if you're not careful. Right, let me go back to this. What are you doing on Halloween? I am getting all dressed up, and Cleo is getting all dressed up, and we're probably going to watch Halloween movies. I'm going to be really honest. I wish I was one of those people that was like, oh, I'm going to go to a Halloween party. I don't know people. I don't have friends. I do, but they are like not party people, right? So I'm not going to be one of those people where I'm like, oh, I'm going to go to a Halloween party. No, I'm going to be staying inside with my dog and dressing up for Halloween and watching Halloween movies and lighting a candle on my altar. That's going to be my Halloween. And it's going to be amazing, because Halloween is always the singular best night of the year. And I might watch Halloween Town for the 4th time this year. 5th time? I've watched Halloween Town a lot this year. Just this Halloween. What about spells backfiring? Have you had any experiences? And if so, how can you counteract it? I actually did, a very, very long time ago, an entire video on spells backfiring. I will see what the name of that is. Spell backfires, how to stop them. It came out in 2020. Wow, I need to maybe do that one again. And yeah, that video is sort of an in-depth on what causes spells to backfire. And the answer to how to stop it is to not do those things. So, I mean, I can go over really briefly sort of some of the reasons why spells may backfire, but obviously not as much as that video, because that video is like, I don't even know how long, 30 minutes of me just talking about spells backfiring. But the most common reasons are that you haven't released the energy. So the energy is still sitting in that space. So if you have done a spell, say to, how do I best describe it? To attract romantic partners for your friend, but you haven't released the energy of that spell completely, all of a sudden your relationship has been destroyed because other potential romantic partners have come into your life or into the life of other people in that home. And so it feels like you have had a spell backfire on you, and you technically sort of have, but it isn't a curse and it isn't anything that's gone wrong necessarily. It's just that the energy is still sitting in your space, and therefore the energy is manifesting within your life. And that has potentially unwanted side effects. Or you've aimed a spell at a particular person, but this person has their own protections, they have their guides, they have their ancestors, and that working has essentially ricocheted straight back at you again. In order to resolve each of these things, the first one is to make sure that all of that energy has been released. And if you aren't sure, then cleanse the space afterwards to make sure. If you've aimed at a particular person and it's ricocheted straight back at you again, it's easier to aim at a situation than is a person. Situations don't have the same level of protection as a person does. And so when you're aiming at a person, you're more likely to get that backfire than if you were to be aiming at a situation instead. So it's basically just about covering your bases, making sure that the energy is released properly, make sure that you're aiming it at an individual or a situation that has the least likely chance of having protections where things might ricochet back again, and just make sure that you are kind of covering the grounds of making sure that you aren't doing anything that's going to trip you up energetically. But I mean, if you've had any given situations where I can maybe help give some ideas as to how to stop it from happening in the future, then let me know and I can try to do that. Oh my goodness, crystals glued in the bottom of water bottles. Oh, I've seen this one a lot. Sorry, this is about the just because it's natural doesn't mean it's safe thing. Some crystals, for the most part, are totally fine. So most quartzes are totally fine. So you'll often find it be rose quartz, amethyst, or clear quartz are commonly the ones that are physically inside a water bottle. If you want to get a crystal water bottle, I have 2 of them. I really enjoy them, but they are done with a dome. So the crystals are inside a dome of glass, which is then slotted into the water bottle. But I have seen some people, it scares me when they do it, I've seen some people at shows and events, I am never going to name names, but I've seen some over many years putting dangerous crystals in water bottles. I don't want to see anybody putting malachite in a water bottle. I don't mean like a slot in the bottom that's made of glass. I'm talking people putting tumblestones in just a regular bottle of water. I don't want to see anybody putting malachite with a high lead content inside a water bottle. And I have seen it. I have seen people put many a lead-filled crystal inside a bottle of water. It's not worth it, people. Please. It's not worth it. And the number of people that I see doing it at the events is incredible. People walking around with just water bottles with crystals in them. If you don't know the components of a crystal, don't put it in water. If you wouldn't suck on a tumblestone, don't put it in water that you're going to drink. Yeah, that's what I mean. Malachite reacts to water. And so not only does it have lead, but it also reacts with the water and it leaches into water. I also have seen people putting rough stones in water, which is even worse because you don't have the polished, hardened sort of outer layer to even slightly help you there. Sometimes I feel like the spiritual community and the witchcraft community can attract... I'm going to have to be really careful with how I say this. So I'm going to preface this by saying that I completely appreciate everybody has different opinions and different stances. But I often find that some areas of the witchcraft community tend to attract the spirituality over everything else, science doesn't exist crowd. I apologize if that is any of you watching. That is just an observation that I have found. I vividly remember during COVID, there was a massive part of the community that believed that COVID wasn't real and that the vaccine contained microchips. And I just remember looking at that part of the community and thinking, I'm confused. I'm concerned and I'm confused. And I feel like that is part of all of this. The essential oils in water, the dangerous crystals in water. I think in some part it can come from that side. Not always. I have a crystal water bottle that has like the crystals in a safe compartment inside because I like having that energy in my day-to-day life. I am, however, not using it to cure diseases that I should be using medication to cure. You know, there's a line there. And yeah, I do get worried about people who are using dangerous crystals in water, essential oils in water, that stuff. It does concern me. That's why I always put like extra caveats when I talk about essential oils, because like I'm so scared of people accidentally stumbling on information and thinking that it is just totally safe and fine and just following it without doing their due diligence. I always struggle to say that, to make sure that they're staying safe. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care. As long as you are not putting yourself and other people in danger, you do you. Just keep yourself safe, please. Right, where am I? I am... Can a spirit guide be any type of spirit? Yes. Like a deity, a saint, a dead person, a demon, etc. Yeah. So a spirit guide can be anything, anybody. They are just a spirit that has found that they would like to aid you in a part or a portion of your life. If I'm not able to feel spirits or energy, could this be because I was blocked? I visited a witch when young and she made me some therapy and made me repeat some words, or am I just not practicing enough? Oftentimes it will come with time. I don't necessarily think that any blockage is unbreakable. I think there's definitely ways of working around it. If there is a blockage there, you can get blockages cleansed away and cleared away too. But not everybody spends as much, not everybody experiences spirits the same way, and sometimes people spend too much time trying to experience spirits in the way that they think spirits should be experienced, which is why I always think that keeping a diary of strange and unusual experiences is really beneficial, because you might find that the way that you experience energy and spirits is just different than other people, and so you're missing it because you're looking for the way it should be in accordance to other people. Have you ever worked with, I can never say this, asafoetida, I can never ever say it, aka devil's dung, and what's your experience been? I never have, and that's probably why I cannot pronounce it. It's something I definitely need to look into because it's come up now twice in this video, so I feel like that's a sign that I should maybe like research a little bit. Right. Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Right, I'm gonna scroll up and see if I can figure out where I was. Oh, I'm not that far off. Okay. Oh, I actually don't have any pointers on this, but I will go to the chat to see if anybody else does. I'm writing in my MA thesis on H.P. Lovecraft. I wanted to take a look at his use of and influence on the occult community. Got any pointers, thoughts, or advice for my research? If anybody is interested in both of these things, H.P. Lovecraft and witchcraft and occultism, if you have any advice, please let us know in the chat, in the comment section, whatever it may be, because I actually don't. Wait. Let me just... Okay, yeah, so the one thing that I do know about this is that the Necronomicon, which I just had to double check was definitely written by H.P. Lovecraft, has had such a massive influence on some aspect of the magical community that there is even still a debate about whether the Necronomicon is real or not. I've always assumed that the Necronomicon was a piece of fiction, but there's a lot of people in the magical community who, at least when I was starting out, very strongly perceived the Necronomicon as being a real thing, and that the information in it should be taken as such, and that if it wasn't real, then it was based on something that was. So that's all the information I have. If anybody has any more, do let us know in the chat and in the comments if you're watching the playback of this. Yeah, it really interesting. I need to definitely look more into kind of the origins of it, because everything is inspired by something. And so while I personally don't think the Necronomicon is real, I think that a lot of the aspects of it are based off something, and I'd love to know what that something is. Right, let me go back to here. Can you explain the Dummstopper at Samhain? So essentially it's a way of honouring the ancestors and the people that have gone before. So while at a lot of the Sabbats a feast is held, a Samhain is the same. Because the veil is thin and ancestors and the spirits of the dead in general are believed to be able to walk freely among the living and come back and spend time with us, it is considered a way to honour them and a way to respect them by placing out a portion of food and setting a portion for them and a place setting for them so that they can be present within the family at that Samhain feast when they are too able to walk among the living. So it's the idea of that honouring of those who've gone before. Oh, thank you so much, Howard. Lovecraft was influenced by occultism, and occultism was influenced by Lovecraft. These synergies exist everywhere in history like that, frankly. Yeah, that's kind of what I always thought. I always thought that, it has sort of gained a life of its own, and most works of fiction are based off something. And so I actually think you probably have practitioners, sorry, I just had a moment pause, and I actually probably think you have practitioners today who follow Lovecraftian beings as almost pop culture deities. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a sect of witchcraft that focuses on kind of the Lovecraftian ideas as real things and draws on them like they would any other information that they've gained from a book. I'm sure they're out there, because you often find that with all forms of media. There will be a subsect of people who use them as pop culture deities and work with them as though they are ancient, historic, based on tradition beliefs. I'm sure we'll find some of them in the comment section eventually. They might make themselves known. I want to contact a specific ancestor as an ally, but I can't get the information on how to do it. Also, she's very Christian, so I don't think she'll be happy. In which case, it's probably best that you don't. Just because they're probably not going to want to work with you anyway if it goes against their belief systems, and they might not want to be disturbed in that way. If you want to reach out to a specific ancestor, then it's about having items that represent them on an altar space or in an area where you're going to be calling upon them, leaving out offerings on a regular basis, reaching out to them on a regular basis, asking that if they are interested in coming forwards, to come forwards in insert whichever method is best. This could be dreams, this could be meditation, this could be divination, this could be trance, things like that, to come through and make themselves known, and then just sort of leave it be. How do you make yourself magically invisible to others, less or not noticeable? You essentially, you are going to want to make the, how do I explain this? Cuttlefish. That's all I've got in my brain. Cuttlefish, octopus. The plan here probably makes no sense. It's late. Okay, it's nearly midnight. It's late. The goal here is that you want to make your energy be perceived as being the same as the energy behind you, around you. Cuttlefish, right? So what they are doing with the little chromatophores is they are attempting to make themselves look like whatever is behind them. And so this with the energy is the same. You're going to want to sense the energy that's around you, and you are going to want to maybe gather some of it up, and you're going to want to project it out around you. So you and your energy is basically masked by the energy that is all around. So you are considerably less noticeable because you look and feel energetically like everything that's around you. So if somebody is looking dead at you, they will still see you. If somebody is looking for you, they will probably still be able to find you. But if somebody is just passing by, they're less likely to even acknowledge that you're there because energetically you feel exactly like everything around. So it's a variety of glamour spell. And this is why I get so frustrated when people think glamour magic is akin to beauty spells. Not the same thing. One can fall underneath the other, but the glamour magic category is not entirely beauty spells. Thank you so much, Howard. That's called chaos magic, and practitioners do worship Hastur, Cthulhu, Azathoth, etc. I'm sure I butchered a lot of those. But yeah, I mean, I find it interesting. I find it interesting and also a shame at the same time, because you go onto social media and you have these people who are sharing their kind of pop culture chaos magic style of practices, and then you get a lot of people who are like, see, witchcraft isn't real because this person, it worships, think of a random person, think of literally anybody, think of any character, my brain has gone to mush, Peppa Pig. There you go. This person is worshipping Peppa Pig as a deity and therefore all witchcraft isn't real. And it's like, that's not how it works. Please stop using this as the example as to why all witchcraft is apparently the same when it's infuriating. I went to Glastonbury for the first time, had an amazing time. That being said, I purchased some Dragon's Blood. Have you ever used it? And if so, have? Oh, yes. So Dragon's Blood I use primarily in incenses. I use it very, very sparingly though, because it's very, very potent. I use it a lot in protection incenses. It's beautiful, vibrant red colour, and that means you can also use it in protection oils as well. Though do be careful, because if it's going on the skin, it needs to be in like really, really small percentages. But if you're dressing like candles and stuff, you can use the Dragon's Blood to stain the oil, a really beautiful red colour, and it adds the protective qualities. And you can also make Dragon's Blood ink. Just do be careful. My parents... Actually, they don't still have a stain on their floor anymore because they changed their carpet, but they did have a really bad stain on their living room carpet because I attempted, well, it wasn't me and my partner at the time were attempting to make Dragon's Blood ink, and it is very, very red. But it's often used in Books of Shadows, sigil magic for protective sigils, and empowering sigils is using Dragon's Blood ink. Maybe one day I'll have to do an entire video on how to make Dragon's Blood ink. It stains everything it touches. So do be careful. Like, genuinely, really careful. Your face, your hands, your clothes, your carpet, everything is going to be red forever. Right. Oh, have you ever seen Lillifert Tarot deck? I got it recently and I'm in love. Let's have a look-see. Oh, it's so pretty. The Devil card. That's beautiful. Oh, that's really nice. It's not something that I would probably add into my own collection, but oh my goodness, is that one of the most unique tarot decks I have ever seen. It's like children's drawings that's not an insult, by the way. That's like, you know when you see like children's drawings and they just contain so much life and so much like colour and it's just so free? That's what this deck is like. That's incredible. Okay. That's just beautiful. The Lilith card though, and the backs of the cards. Oh my goodness. They are actually beautiful. What's that one? The Hanged. Okay. I said I wasn't going to get any more tarot decks. And I really meant it. It is the Lilith. Oh my goodness. Lilifer. So Lilifer. Lilifer Tarot. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, thank you so much, Howard. Do you think there's an overlap between spirits, muses, and daemons? And what is the biggest difference between a spirit and a god? That is the forever question, isn't it? Like, I think there's a massive overlap. I think that it's very, very difficult to distinguish between different types of spirits and different types of beings, because there are so many similarities. And really the only lines that we have drawn between them is in the way that they come across, and these like very basic ideas. You know, what's the difference between a demon and a fae? What's the difference between a nature spirit and a fae? Like, what about elementals? Where do they fit into it? Like, there's so many similarities that one spirit to two people can come across totally different and would be put in a totally different category, that I think it's very, very difficult to discern the difference. And at what point does, I mean, then you come into the idea, right? I feel like I come into this every single live stream at some point. Where do you draw the line between a servitor and a god form? Because if a servitor is a man-made spirit and a god form is a god that has been created by people, then does that not mean that gods could literally just be spirits that have gained a lot of power? Like, if so many people are giving energy to a spirit, at what point does it become more than just a spirit? At what point do the people then start worshipping a spirit instead of working with it? Like, everything is just such a fine line. And I think that's a really interesting, I personally think it's a really interesting way to think of it, because a lot of people will happily work with deities, but they would never ever work with a spirit. And a lot of people would happily work with spirits, but they will never touch deities. And I always wonder, at what point does the line get crossed? You know, at what point does what you're doing become worship instead of working with? And at what point does your spirit become a deity? Because there are some, like, maybe a good example would be the witch's devil in traditional witchcraft, and the terms that are used to describe the different spirits. So like the buka that we often see in Gemma Gary's works, as far as I was aware, was a particular spirit, like an individual spirit. But through the collective use of the name and the energy by so many people from all over the world, at what point does that spirit start being worked with less as a spirit and more as a deity in their own right? Because I'm sure there's some out there. I'm sure that there are spirits out there that are worked with more like deities than they are spirits, and probably the other way around as well. I'm sure there's deities that have maybe fallen from grace in a way, fallen in popularity, that are now worked as more as spirits than they are with deities. Interesting topic. Oh, I googled the tarot and it's also sold on AliExpress. Unfortunately, there are so many knockoffs. This is actually, I was going to do a video on this, I probably still will, about how to identify fake decks and the problem with them. Because there are so many. I mean, it's sad that and this is going to sound really bad, so I always think that, but maybe it's just me being paranoid. I think a lot of people now can't identify the differences, and I am even seeing it within sellers of tarot and oracle decks, that even the sellers are purchasing fake decks, and I don't think they even know that they're fake. So this is going to sound like me tooting my own horn, right? But I'm paranoid, right? Paranoid. So I make sure that I either go to the publisher of a book or the publisher of a tarot deck Or if I'm going to stock it, I will go to one of very few at this point reputable wholesalers who source from all of these publishers, right? Because I never ever want to get a deck into anybody's collection that is a fake deck. And I'm really, really paranoid about it. But I don't know if every retailer is the same level of paranoid. And you can just, this is just, I suppose, a bit of a nod to whether a deck is fake or not. If you find a deck in a weird size, I've gone round events and seen people selling decks that are really obviously fake. Like a copy of a deck I have in my own collection that is like this weird like 3/4 size, or is like made massive, or it's been made like tiny. And I'm like, and the printing on it is terrible. Like it's such bad quality print. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's no way you're selling that as a genuine deck. There's no way you don't realize that that's fake. And yet more and more I'm seeing events being flooded with fake tarot decks and fake oracle decks. And it's horrible on the authors of the books and the creators of the art. And it's just soul destroying to see companies just stealing, because that's what it is. So if you have the ability, please, 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 don't purchase tarot and oracle decks off Temu or Shein or AliExpress. And that's, please don't sue me. But like, in my opinion, it is better to support small businesses, real artists and publishers as much as possible, because they are the people that are really, really struggling right now if you have the ability to do so. Oh, thank you so much to Holly. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And I missed a few up here. Thank you so much to Bridge. I'm up since 4:30 a.m. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is so early. You are these are played back. Please don't exhaust yourself. They are played back. And also thank you so much to Howard. Thank you, great feedback. I agree totally. I think they're all part of the same family tree of spirits, gods, elementals, fairies, etc. I agree. Yeah, totally. I think while there are how do I describe this? While certain individuals of these groups are obviously very distinctly different from one another, I do think that it's very much more like branches of the phylogenetic tree. Is that, it's been a long time since I had to say that word. I'm just double checking. Phylogenetic tree. Yeah, that just brought back memories. Where like we have like branches that are obviously distinctly different from one another, but there are kind of core components. There are individual species that are maybe really, really similar, or that have very distinctly the same origin. So there are members of nature spirits that are very, very, very similar to members of the Fae, but they are different enough to technically be classified as something different. But you could encounter a different type of Fae that is almost identical to the nature spirits that are nature spirits. Does that make sense? Like convergent evolution kind of taking place here, where we have so many things that are so similar. It's so easy to get them mixed up. What do you mean fake deck? You mean piracy? Yeah, so fake decks are ones where the artwork has usually been stolen. So whether somebody has purchased a real version of that deck and then scanned in the artwork, and then they send it off to be printed very, very cheaply and sold as a fake copy of the deck. The quality of them is usually really bad, and probably most importantly, the artist is not actually being paid for any of this stolen work, and instead it is being sent to somebody who is just stealing. That's all they're doing. They're stealing, and they're ripping you off, and they're stealing from the original creator. I'm not sure if this is the correct answer or not, but I find fake decks opposed to real ones are the boxes that they come in. I think the real decks have nice boxes and guidebooks. The fake decks not so much. Yeah, same. So I actually, and I feel so bad for this person. So I did an unboxing of it was one of the Wild Unknown series. I think it was the Wild Unknown Spirit Animal, or it could have been the circular one, the Wild Unknown circular one. And the comment was basically, I thought I had a real copy until I saw yours, and then I realised I've purchased a stolen artwork. And it's heartbreaking because a lot of the time, if you're looking at certain websites, you're going to notice that they're like, it's like £2.50 for a deck that should be £45. You know that that's obviously not a real version of that deck. But some people are selling these decks for retail price of the real deck. And it's only when you compare it to the real version from the publishers, from the artist, that you realize that it is not the same at all. And that makes it really heartbreaking for the people who spent hard-earned money saving up for a deck that they really, really want, to then find out that it's stolen work, and then they never feel the same about that deck ever again. And maybe I should start doing more walkthroughs of the decks that I have in my collection, because it might, just for that reason, it might just help somebody to say, okay, I actually maybe don't have a real version of this deck. It's just awful. And I will never understand how people can get away that, how they can feel comfortable selling something like that. Like oh yeah, I can do more chatty walkthroughs, definitely. I feel bad if we send out a candle that has like a slight little imperfection in the wax, like a bubble in the wax. Like my dad is the exact same. He makes the candles, and we are so careful with it that if a candle isn't quite right, we melt it down and we make it again to make it as perfect as possible, because somebody is spending their hard-earned money on a handcrafted product that we want to be perfect. I don't know how anybody can sit and feel comfortable selling stolen goods. Bonkers. Don't understand how they do it. I was actually tempted, so still on the same deck issue. I was on Vinted, Depop, one of them. I get a lot of stuff off like secondhand places, and I saw a tarot deck I have, the Forest of Enchantment Tarot. I saw it and I looked at it and went, that's a fake deck. I know that's fake because I know the box, I know the packaging, I know what the cards look like. That's not a real deck. And I was so tempted to buy it. It was somebody who was selling it. Like they'd purchased it and they didn't want it anymore, so they were just selling it on. Like, this wasn't like from a company. This was like just a random person who was like selling a bunch of clothes and this deck. I was so tempted to get it to show the differences between the two decks. I didn't, but I should probably go back on and check if there's any more like that, because I don't necessarily mind taking a fake deck off someone's hands when they've ended up with a fake deck and they just want rid of it, because for me it's a teaching experience. And I'm so tempted to do that with a deck that I have. See if I can find somebody selling a fake copy, like they don't want it anymore, and compare, because I think it would be stark. Oh yeah, for beginner decks, I would always recommend the Rider-Waite-Smith. Always. In terms of a trustworthy business where you can order a real Rider-Waite-Smith, the Rider-Waite-Smith deck is now out of copyright, I believe, which is why there are so many different varieties out there, because it's now past that point. So most copies that you can find, like let me just go through the ones that I have stocked. I feel like this is just a giant plug, but I don't intend it to be. It's just I try to only ever get the ones that I trust, and so therefore I would trust somebody else getting that same deck. Let me just have a look, see. Because we don't have any in stock at the minute. I need to get some more. But just to go through the different varieties. I mean, there's so many. Which ones have we had in the past? We've had the vintage Rider-Waite-Smith before. That's beautiful. The vintage one's really good. There's a golden version. There's also a vivid version. That one's beautiful, but I feel like it's missing some of its initial charm, because that's the faded colours of the Rider-Waite-Smith is something that I really, really enjoy, but you can get a vivid version as well. You've got the Night-Waite Tarot deck, which is kind of a modern adaptation on it. This Might Hurt. So the This Might Hurt Tarot is a very, very modern adaptation on the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. It's very popular, that one. It's really beautiful. But there's so many editions out there because it's gone past its copyright. And so now it's people can take it and adapt it, and that's why so many decks are based on it. Nana, talk about your amazing business. We love that. See, I feel guilty every time I mention the company. Every time. I don't know what it is. I'm not good at plugging myself. Right. Let's have a look. Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Okay. Oh, somebody here. Here we go. If you go to Glastonbury, could you film it, please? I would love it. So I actually have done several vlogs in Glastonbury. Let me just double check. So I did one 2023, 2022, and 2021, all in Glastonbury. So they're called Glastonbury Vlog Bookshops and Sacred Waters, Visiting the Witchcraft Capital, Glastonbury 2022, and my magical tour of Cornwall and Glastonbury. So that was kind of both of them combined. So those are all on my channel. If you want to check them out and explore Glastonbury, if you've never been there before. Wish you sold to the US. I wish I could too. With the GPSR regulations and then the tariffs, it's just made shipping internationally basically impossible for small businesses, which is just so frustrating because all it does is mean that people are then going through massive companies, because it's not the big companies that are affected by this, it's the little companies. So one day, maybe, I'd love to, but at the minute it's just so hard to manage to do it affordably. I mean, I think just with the GPSR regulations alone, it was going to cost me tens of thousands of pounds a year just to be allowed to sell to Europe, let alone fees and everything else. It's just so difficult at the minute. So hopefully things change, fingers crossed. Right, let me figure out where I was. I think I was about here-ish. Okay, I did that one. And I did that one. And I did that one. Okay, when communing or working with spirits, can I trace an imaginary energetic crossroads? And if I can, do I have to trace it within a circle to make it safe, or do I just invoke guardians? Or I wouldn't necessarily recommend invoking personally. It sounds like what you're more after is a compass round. So if you want to look up a compass round, I think that's probably what you're looking for in this instance. I have done an entire video on the difference between a circle casting and a compass round, which might be useful, but that opens up to elemental direction. It basically creates liminal space and creates a crossroads. So that's one way to do it that's found within traditional witchcraft. What's been your worst, most threatening or harmful spirit encounter? One that you couldn't solve by yourself? I've never had anything that was so bad that I couldn't resolve it. I've had a couple though that have been nasty. So the one that obviously we always talk about on here when someone brings up demon encounters is the demon at the edge of the forest. That's what I shall now be calling it. That was just horrible. You hear the bell and then the world starts spinning and it's vile. Such an awful experience. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that one by myself. But one of the worst ones has probably been a bit of an astral projection gone wrong. That was entirely my fault. Entirely. And yeah, I paid the price for that one. Nothing quite like waking up to have a random woman this close to your nose, just screaming in your face. Not a real person, obviously. Spirit should have really realised that one was going to happen. That was entirely my bad though, right? So I don't want anybody to be like, oh, I never want to astral project ever again. That was entirely my stupid mistake. I took the quick way home instead of the convoluted way home. And you are generally advised to take a bit of a winding, meandering route back for this exact reason. And I had a mirror that was unlocked facing my bed, which didn't help because now I have to have that mirror locked permanently because of this situation. But it was fine. It was like a quick cleanse, a bit of a zhuzh, and locking a mirror, and it was fine. But that was not fun. I could have had 1,000 other ways of waking up that were better than that. That was something else. Yeah. Think of the classic nightmare hag that is like holding you down and screaming in your face. And that's probably fairly close to this. Not fun. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. But not overly difficult to deal with. It's one of those where it's like, as long as you can stop the fear from clouding your judgment, you are more often not going to be totally fine. The problems come when the fear takes over and you basically are non-functional. That's really where you need to get somebody else to kind of snap into that situation to get you out of it. If you have a really strong bond with the salamanders, could you invoke them and ask them to light a fire, like lighting a candle or bonfire by invocation? Ooh, please never invoke. Please, especially not salamanders. Please. They are not going to be able to create fire out of nothing, but more they are the living embodiment of fire. And so you could definitely call them forth into an environment, evoke them into a bonfire, into a flame, call upon them into a working. I generally recommend not invoking anything unless necessary, and definitely not fire-based spirits. Bad idea. Bad time. Hot things in body, not good. Right. Let's have a look-see. Do spell oils have to be recharged as an amulet or mojo would, or would the energy you put into an oil at the moment of its creation hold for as long as the oil is used? You can recharge them. I typically will always shake an oil before I use it, and then I would charge it again just before I apply it into that working to attach it onto what I'm doing. For the most part, oils will stick. Oils will stick with. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the energy is going to stay within an oil for a fairly long amount of time. That's what I was trying to say. But I would recommend giving them a bit of a zhuzh before you use them, just to make sure that you're getting the full effect of what that oil is meant for. This entire live stream is just going to maybe me fixing my fringe. I swear, it doesn't look so bad in real life. It just looks awful on camera. I've noticed this. It's so annoying. There we go. I spend half of my life on camera fixing my fringe. Constantly. Right. It's tough when books get evoking and invoking wrong. There are famous newer books who completely mess this up and confuse their readers. I know my recent read of Blood and Bones got it wrong. It's one of the reasons why I typically don't recommend Of Blood and Bones. There's also a working in it. Not that it's a terrible book. It's just like, I worry. just like there's a working in there that recommends you just collect a whole bunch of rotting matter off a forest floor and just set fire to it and just breathe it all in. You have no idea what's in that. You have no idea what's growing on it. You have no idea what fungus is on it. Please don't burn random shit if you don't know what it is. Like, some aspects of the book are good. It's just there are certain things that do worry me, and I have noticed more and more. And maybe I'm just old hat, right? Because a lot of the people that I was taught by were in their 70s, 80s, 90s. But I've noticed that less and less people know the difference between invoking and evoking. And I have also noticed it in a lot of books recently, that they will just refer to all voking as invoking. And that is a very, very tricky thing, because if you were to apply the same logic to older books, should I say, the terms are not the same thing. So the way that oh my God, it's fucking cowlick. The way I tend to describe it is invoking is inside. You are taking something in. To evoke is to bring something to the exterior. It is outside. So if you are invoking, you are summoning something inside your physical body, which, as you can imagine, not super safe, especially if you don't know necessarily who you're dealing with, how it's going to behave, how it's going to feel, etc. To evoke is to summon something into an external environment. This could be a summoning circle. This could be a room. This could be a building. This could be a field. It is external to yourself, which is what you would typically do with the majority of spirits. Most spirits don't need to be invoked unless it's for very, very specific reasons. Most spirits, if you were going to summon them, you would evoke them instead. I personally wouldn't let any spirit into my body. I will allow them temporary use of external parts, automatic writing, pendulum divination. But inside, I think not. Not happening. But there are many traditions who do. Many traditional folk practices from around the world do involve the invoking of a spirit to take over a person's body. It's seen quite a lot. It's just not something I personally would carry out, but it's something a lot of books get wrong. And they also get the familiar thing wrong too. I've noticed that as well. A lot of books will refer to will refer to familiars as only animals, like a cat or a rabbit. And I am left consistently disappointed because that is not a familiar in the traditional sense or otherwise. I'm fine if they are referred to as familiars as long as there is reference to other forms of familiar, which are more traditional forms of familiar. I just don't like when spirit familiars are erased to the point where if you mention a familiar to somebody, they immediately think of a pet cat called Salem that talks and is actually a wizard that did terrible things and was trapped in the form of a cat body for several centuries. Yes, I am quoting Sabrina, but that's what worries me is it worries me that there are so many people who are just starting in the craft who will very easily get confused because things are sort of grouped together. If that makes sense. Like, topics that would initially have been divided into, like, evoking and invoking are just kind of smushed together into one. I do feel like there needs to be still some distinction there, just so people can understand, because I worry that people are going to start legitimately invoking things that should not be invoked. I mean, you can give it a go, but I am not going to deal with the fallout if that goes wrong. Right. Have a look. So do you avoid planetary retrogrades for spells? It depends on what the spell is, and it depends on what the retrograde is. So, like, the retrogrades will usually bring out issues, problems within a certain category in your life. So the Venus retrograde will often bring out problems with relationships and the way that you engage with people. The Mercury retrograde will commonly bring out issues with communication. The Mars retrograde is usually about anger and drive and reaching goals. And so you can do spells that can help counter the energy, or can help resolve the reason why the energy is negatively impacting you. And many people will continue to do divination. They will do divination, but they will also do spells during the retrogrades if they don't relate to the retrograde. So if you're doing a spell for good fortune or protection, it's not necessarily going to be impacted by the Venus retrograde in the same way as a love spell maybe would. So picking battles, I suppose. Right. Inner working is a match better than a lighter if possible. Use whatever you've got access to. I really don't get... I spoke about this last month as well. I don't get this weird thing that I'm noticing where people are saying that you aren't allowed to use lighters in witchcraft because they're too modern and they're not authentic enough. When I'm pretty certain somebody said in the last live stream that matches are actually more modern than lighters are. So as far as I'm concerned, a flame is a flame. You use whatever you have access to. If you don't have matches, use a lighter. If you don't have a lighter, use a gas stove. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but like, you know, ignite a gas stove, light a candle, turn it off again, you know, it works. Use whatever you have access to and what you feel most comfortable with. For instance, if you're a smoker, you probably are going to have more lighters than you are matches. Whereas if you're like me, you probably hoard shit matches like they're about to be discontinued and you have hundreds of boxes of them scattered all over your home. Like, it just depends on what you have access to. Just whatever works is better than whatever people want you to use. No, we must all have a never-ending source of fire. Wouldn't that be ideal? I wish I could just I wish I could just do a Bonnie Bennett and just light all the candles in a room just with thought. That would be incredible, but I can't, so I have to use lighters. Right, where am I? Is there anything in particular that you do when you get a new tarot deck to prepare the cards? Are there ever spirits attached to the cards that give the deck a more unique personality and affect your readings? So I have decks that have spirits attached to them, and they massively affect the reading. The one deck that I will read that has a spirit attached to it, the spirit completely controls that reading. If anything, it's more spirit communication than it is a tarot reading, because I am basically just communing with them and they are giving me information through the tarot. It's not really me going through the tarot at all. They're using the tarot as a tool. So that massively affects a reading. And I purchased that deck knowing there was a spirit attached to it. So I suppose that's a slightly different dynamic, because I already knew that well in advance. Generally speaking, I will check the energy of a deck beforehand. If I'm okay with the energy, I will leave it as is. If I'm not okay with the energy, then I can cleanse and get rid of it. And then I will work my way through the deck looking at all of the imagery, and I will spend some time with that deck under a pillow or somewhere close to me. Then I will just start doing a basic reading, usually an introductory reading, just for me to get an idea of how I resonate with the deck, how the deck is going to resonate with me, and then I will just start doing my readings. Sometimes I will add crystals in, so some of my decks have I keep calling it selenite because Americans call it selenite. Selenite is how I pronounce it. And quartz, sometimes moonstone, sometimes labradorite in them, just to get the energy flowing a little bit, and then I will just go and I will just read. And I just find that easier for me than a lot of the more complex rituals that people do. Do you think new decks could have spirits attached to it? Depends on where it's been stored and who's owned it. And by that I mean like wherever it's been before it came to you. I have not found... Oh, actually no, I lie. I do have one new deck that has the horrible energy to it. That was new. So I think that was stored somewhere. Or it is the artwork of the cards. Because that deck don't like me. One little tiny bit. So it might be the energy of the spirits coming through the cards, because they are spirit cards. Or it could be a spirit attachment. I think that in some cases there can be spirits attached to new decks. It's just more likely for them to be attached to a deck that has lived a life before it has come to you. I mean, this is honestly just a terrible idea. Sorry. It's late. My filter starts fading after a while. If you have a friend that's starting to learn, can you, with them knowing, send a spirit to haunt them so they can practice their spirit defense abilities? Don't do that. Don't. One, it's terrible spirit practice. It's just, that poor spirit is going to have to deal with this. And they're probably not going to want to be dealing with this. And if your friend is just starting out, they need to learn to practice their protections without having any kind of negative outcome stressing them out in the process. They will come across plenty of spells on their journey, and it's just, I feel sorry for the spirit. That poor spirit is going to have to deal with all of that. So I wouldn't recommend it personally. Obviously you do you, whatever you fancy, but even with their permission, they might not know what they're getting into. They probably don't know how to get themselves out of it. And that can then become a tricky and potentially dangerous situation. Can you practice spells nearby dining or in your bedroom? Yeah, you can practice spells absolutely anywhere, wherever you fancy. Outside, inside, bedrooms, kitchens, bathrooms, whatever you fancy. Oh, I will have to check that out, Eduardo. I will have to give that a look. I did notice something come up in my mentions feed, but I haven't managed to have a look at it yet, so I'll have to check that out. I was given an oil called Bottled Banishment from a fellow witch and haven't found a use for it. What would you recommend to use it for besides obvious, like banishing a bad entity? Removing any energy that is unwanted from your life. So whether that is an intensive cleansing, whether that is a spirit attachment, whether that is stagnant energy in your environment, anything energy-wise that you want to remove. So if you... How think of something that would be really useful for this. So if you have, I don't know what you would really use this for that you wouldn't also be going to the authorities for. You know, I'm trying to think of like a practical thing. Okay, so maybe you have unwanted attention in some way, shape or form. Now obviously if it's bad enough, please go to the authorities. But if we're talking like your neighbor is just really annoying and they consistently keep making their problems your problems, they drag you into drama that you just don't want to be a part of. You know, you just want them to leave you be. Like, if they're getting themselves involved in drama, that's their business. You don't want anything to do with it. Then that could be like a situation that you might want to be banishing from your life. Someone said here, bad behavior, bad habits. Yeah, that kind of thing, where it's not severe enough for you to need to go to the authorities, but it's something where you just need to give it a nudge out the door to get rid of it. Oh, could you recommend any books on working with the elements? I thought about the Llewellyn series, but are they too mass market for beginners? They're good if you are a beginner. If you are a little bit more experienced, they will be repetitive. And that's not shade on them, that's just the reality of it. When you get books like that, they're not going to be super useful for everybody. The only one that I just want to double check what it actually is. The one that that's not the book I'm after. Unless it's a republication. It's a republication. Yeah, it's a republication. Okay, I was confused then. So there's a book called The Way of Four, which is by Deborah Lipp. And it's from Crossed Crow, which is one of my favourite publishers, actually. It says, the four elements of earth, air, fire and water have become hallmarks of many branches of modern witchcraft. Yet most books only scratch the surface when it comes to exploring these powers in greater detail. In The Way of Four, Practicing Witch, Deborah Lipp takes the reader on an in-depth exploration of each of these four elements, showing the seeker how to connect with them through a series of magical exercises, techniques, spells, and rituals. This book will prove to be a valuable resource for the new witch looking to build an active magical practice, or the more seasoned practitioner who might be looking to further intensify their existing practice. So that's the one that I've been thinking of getting. It does look really good. I need to check it out before I can dive into it. Where did you get the keyboard? I think I'd love one to annoy my family. It is an ROG keyboard. And I just got it because it matched the rest of my ROG stuff. I'm going to be honest, I'm a sucker for RGB lighting. I love anything where the lights change colour. My headphones change colour. I love it. It's loud as hell though. And I am an aggressive typer. Like, violent typer. So honestly, any clicky keyboard, if you have problems with typing aggressively, will no doubt annoy everybody around you. Let's have a look. See, I work overnights at a hospital. I love my job, but the person I work with is so negative. How can I protect my energy from this person? Shielding is probably the easiest, most subtle way of doing it. If you can have a shield around you, like an energetic shield, much like people do with empathy, when they are empathic, it stops the energy of other people and other situations from impacting you in quite the same way. So I'd recommend looking into sort of different methods to see if there's one that works best for you. I was watching your live from earlier and you were mentioning protections. How do crystals and amulets now, is that now or how? Now, does crystals, amulets and symbols count? Yeah, so any number of them can be used. So the pentagram, pentacle, the cross are often used as protective symbols, sigils, amulets are commonly used as a form of protection, worn, all around the world. Crystals, though, are the one that I think people find most accessible because they can be found in all manner of different stores. Obsidian, smoky quartz, black tourmaline are my personal favourites. Obsidian and black tourmaline specifically are my favourites for protection. You can wear them, you can put them in pockets, you can put them over door frames, around liminal space, all manner of different things. Do I need a protection just to light a candle in the honour of my ancestors? No, I don't think so. Something like that is not going to be of much concern. It's more for things that involve active work with spirits. What was the first time or first thing that drew you to the art? This is one where I often get asked this question and I can genuinely never give people an answer because it's not something where I ever sort of was drawn in. I just never left. You know how children are like naturally drawn to spirits and naturally engage with the spiritual world? They might see things, have imaginary friends, these kind of things. I never ever stopped doing that. And so nothing ever really drew me to the craft. It's more that nothing ever dissuaded me from it, I think is probably more accurate. And with that being said, I just hit the bottom of all of my questions. So if you have any sort of additional questions, feel free to add them into the chat, into the Q&A, whatever you fancy. And yeah, once that's done, I am going to go and have half of a chocolate cheesecake slice because I ate half of it rapidly whilst getting ready. And now I want the other half of it. Do you know if the Living Altar deck is still available to purchase somewhere? I saw it in a video of yours and I'm really interested. Also, do those creators have more decks? It seems hard to find. I actually don't know. So let's go on a little journey together, shall we? I got it from the Kickstarter, but they do have a website. Oh, sorry. I'm going to sneeze. They do have a website, so let's have a look-see. Purchase your own Oracle deck. Oh yeah, so there's several different places that you can get it from. So in North America, they've got a big list. Emerald Comic Distro, Ghost Gallery, Mend My Dress Press, Outsider Comic and Geek Boutique, Phoenix Comics and Games, Poppy Lion, Push and Pull, Queen Meb, Ritual Craft, Sea Grape Apothecary, and Virago Gallery is where you can get it from in North America. And in Europe, you can get it from Indie Tarot, Button Text, Collaborative Motion, and Little Red Tarot. Not sure if they're planning on doing anything else, though. I hope that they do, genuinely, because that deck is stunning. I have been using it a little bit less, mostly because I've been using the Sons of Asgard cards. Don't know why, they've just been calling out to me a little bit more. But yeah, I think I need to get back into it again, and I really do hope that they make more decks. I'm just gonna slide. Sleepy eepy. I've been here for 5 hours sitting in one seat. I really need to move. Will you be a vendor at the Nottingham Samhain Pagan Market? I will be, and I am so excited about it. It's my favourite event of the entire year is the Samhain Market. I can't wait. How do you define witchcraft? I mean, how do you distinguish witchcraft from other magical traditions? What makes witchcraft unique for you? So, this is where I need to be careful with my words because different people are going to define things in different ways, okay? So this is my understanding of it. Witchcraft isn't all of magical practice. Witchcraft is one variety of magical practice. Around the world, there are many, many different practices. They are all unique in their own ways, and they all are similar in their own ways. Like there's connecting links that connect loads and loads of magical traditions around the world. Some of them are traditional practices and cultural practices that belong to certain groups. Some of them just come out of the landscape and the spirits in the local area. To me, though, witchcraft, more like, I'm trying to think of other traditions. More like shamanism is different from witchcraft. And witchcraft is different from traditions in other parts of the world. You know, like there are differences between them. And to me, from my understanding of it, emphasis on this, right? Witchcraft is the adaptation of European folk magic with the folklore of the witch, which was historically seen as being a very malefic figure. And then you had the wise folk, the peddlers, the cunning folk, who would be the positive alternative to that. They would counter the witchcraft. And so witchcraft is primarily and commonly seen as describing European magical practice. I want to really, really heavily emphasize here, though, that is not all of magical practice, right? European witchcraft is one tiny, tiny, tiny little part of it. Around the world, there are so many diverse and deep and interesting magical practices that fall outside of European witchcraft. And I just really want to emphasize that point because I feel like today witchcraft is used as an all-encompassing term for all magical practice, when it's really just a tiny little portion of it, and there are so many beautiful and amazing traditions around the world that I kind of feel like are sort of getting shoved under like the umbrella term of witchcraft, when like they are magical arts and they should really shine in and of themselves. So to me, the way that I describe my witchcraft is an adaptation of the history of the witch in folklore, the peddlers, the wise folk, and the folk magic of Europe, for the most part, is where my witchcraft comes from. Obviously, everybody is going to be slightly different, but that's kind of where mine is from. Sorry, I just started ticking for some strange reason. I got an odd question. I translated an old Roman curse. In ancient Rome, spirits carried out curses, not exactly magic. This is called sciomancy. I've probably said that wrong. What do you think about using spirits this way? I mean, they still are. And I find that when you look into Roman magical practice and spirituality, it's largely working with spirits and deities, and you see the use of cursing tablets and sending it into the underworld and these kind of things. And around the world, spirits are still used in this way, very, very regularly. It's just that we don't see it spoken of as much because it's a very taboo topic to be doing any kind of malefic magic, let alone using spirits to do it for us. I feel disconnected from Santa Muerte and my spirit guides. How can I reconnect? I'd probably kind of go back to your meditations, you're connecting with them on a very basic level, and also to remember that sometimes we reach an end to our engagement with deities and spirits, especially guides. They come and go, and so you may well find that if going back to the basics and starting with the meditations again, the communing with them on a very simple level, if that doesn't re-spark it back again, it may be a case that those guides are no longer needed in your life. And so that then becomes something from your past, and then a new guide will come in again at a later point. In this case, the curse scroll was written on a lead tablet. Ah, yeah, lead cursing. I'm fascinated by lead cursing tablets. I absolutely love them. That was then rolled and nailed to a woman's head, binding her to execute the spell. Yeah, ouch. Unpleasant. Most of the time, they're thrown into bodies of water, which I always find really interesting. There's loads of them that are found at the bottom of wells. Does the veil become thinner because it's autumn? It's just this time of year because it thins around Samhain and it thins around Beltane too. It's just that the Samhain thinning of the veil is seen more readily than, well, it's spoken about more readily than the Beltane thinning of the veil. This is not me speaking, by the way, this is me reading a comment. The main differences between magic systems is that one half relies on working with spirits to achieve things, the other half relies more on you and your sovereign energy doing magic without beings. Well, that's actually a really good way of putting it, because there's definitely a clear distinction when you look at magical traditions around the world. Some magical traditions are, I work with you and you help me to do this. And then there are very distinctly other magical traditions that say, I am going to do this, I am going to perform this spell, I am going to perform this ritual, and I am going to achieve this. And I think that's really interesting to think about because there's definite distinctions between different magical traditions. But I think that's what makes me want traditions to not just all be lumped under witchcraft. Because I have often seen people refer to all magic as witchcraft, and things then start losing their own individuality and everything just starts to sort of blur together. And I think that the nuance of all of these different traditions is really, really beautiful, and I don't want us to lose that just by sort of classifying everything as being this like one thing. Did you know of the old eclectic, I don't think I'm saying that right, eclectic tarot website, now defunct, but the archives are online? Ooh, I'll have to check that out, definitely. Righty-ho. I think it is time for my other half of my chocolate cheesecake. I am very excited about it. I hope that everybody's had an interesting time. I would love it if you could. I made a thing of it. If you could like the video, it would really, really mean a lot to me. And this is going up afterwards. So if you've missed some of it, feel free in a couple of hours' time when it's processed. This entire stream will be available to watch along with so many of my others. So if you want to go through them like podcast episodes, you are welcome to do so. They are very long. And I think you can drive along and listen to me waffle. A lot of people do, apparently. I didn't realise, but a lot of people clean, a lot of people cook, and a lot of people drive, listening to me just drone on in the background. But those will be available afterwards. The next stream, I can tell you when it's going to be actually. Let me just do a double check. See, it will be on November the 19th. All of the streams are the third Wednesday of the month, so you can kind of pre-plan them, starting at 7:30, unless I edit the time at the time. And yeah, this will be available afterwards so that you can go and check it out. I want to say a massive thank you to the mods for keeping everybody safe. Thank you so much to everybody who has liked the video, commented, watched, even if you don't comment and you just listen. Totally fine, and I really, really appreciate you being here. And of course, anybody who has donated, sat through the ads, and just helped support the channel. It really, really means so much to me, and I don't know how to get that across in a way that it feels authentic, but it genuinely means so much to me that people enjoy the content that much. Oh, thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. Really quickly, shadow work, I would recommend always working through some sort of support system, whether that be a professional, family members, friends. It's essentially the bringing up of things in the past that are causing negativity and working through them. There are a few books available that I could recommend going towards by people who are more trained in this, because I am not. Just make sure to always be safe, because shadow work can be really, really dense. And also thank you so much to Phoenix. Thank you so much. So yeah, you guys keep the channel going and you allow me to continue doing this, and that will forever mean so much to me. If you're in the UK and you would like to support me further, I do events and I have a website, so if you want to go and check that out, it's all linked in the description boxes. If you want some witchy goodies or maybe some witchy books, because I sell witchcraft books, because of course I do, it's me. And yes, thank you so much. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have an absolutely amazing Samhain. This year is going to be spooky ooky. I just know it. I'm so excited. And I will see you in another video. Okay, bye. And outro.